as well as also to inform you about the topic that I have been assigned to deliver today, to speak and share with you today, which is called as publication ethics. Um, before I would like to share my screen, I've prepared a very simple PowerPoint presentation. I'm not much into very fancy stuff, but I would like to give you a brief about publication ethics, also about how it is important for us to publish, why do we need to publish, and also to link this topic along with the ethical responsibilities that we have as an author, also as a reviewer, as an editor, as well as also as a publisher as well. First of all, let me congratulate all the participants here who have embarked on a journey to do a PhD. The reasons may be different, it may be varied. Nevertheless, it is a very, what we call as a very happy feeling that I feel that so many of you have enrolled for your research. Most of us who are in the academics line, we find it very satisfying and very fulfilling when there are students, when there are people who enroll themselves for research. And it may be at any point in your life or in your career. I myself, when I completed my research and I was awarded the research degree in 2013, my research actually began around, I must say, 2003, 2004, when I had enrolled for an MPhil course. And then eventually I went on to complete my PhD as well. For me, doing the MPhil course was important to understand how I am as a researcher, because being a researcher is a new phase in your life. After being a student who has completed undergraduate and postgraduate studies, we eventually get on to the research. And I must say that doing research is a fascinating journey of coming across so many facts, so many information, and whether you are a researcher in the sciences or technology or in the field of humanities or commerce or any other domain or discipline, research infuses into us a kind of a feverish temperament that we are in search of something. It can be quite frustrating as well, and I do went certain phases of not getting across anywhere. It is all part of a research process, but at the end of the research process, when you ultimately you have your thesis in your hand, that thesis actually becomes like a tome. It becomes a monument in which you have entirely put in your efforts of your research, your endeavors. It is as if a part of your life has been sliced and it has been kept in that thesis. And the kind of joy that you feel is really tremendous when you will, and I hope that all of you will be successful in your defending your thesis, and you will also be successful in the process of writing your thesis or dissertations, and you will all be awarded the doctorate degree for which all of you have embarked on this journey. So with these initial remarks, I would now like to begin with the topic on publication ethics, and with the permission, I may share the screen as well. So just give me a moment. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible and I'm also audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible and audible too.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, sir. Right. So when we talk about publication ethics, the very first question that arises is, why do we need something called as a publication ethics? Now, I was going through the seminar schedule that had been posted to me, and I must say that it has been a very uh, meticulous, systematic, and a very thoughtful schedule that has been prepared to all of you. And all of you must have been part of this very brainstorming sessions on different aspects of research. Like one or two colleagues, I mean, I do know them personally in my academic capacity, and I was also very happy and fortunate to know that there have been resource persons from a very vast area who are involved in the academia. That is from librarians to teachers to academic experts, and I'm sure that all of you must have been very happy to be at the receiving end of these stimulating and enriching sessions. Now, there has been topics like philosophy of research and ethics of research, right? So when we talk about publication ethics, or when we talk about publication first, any and every research should ultimately end in publication. And more often than not, there are many researchers, many experts who are of the view that research is something that is like a process. It is like an inquisitive uh, need, and it is driven by curiosity. And research is also very meticulous, it is also very detailed, and it is a kind of a questioning, it is a kind of an investigation into different domains of knowledge. Now, knowledge here, as I mentioned just some time before, could be in any area or any field that you have all chosen for, especially maybe in the field of commerce or science or technology or humanities, or it could be in the field of medical sciences, right? So there are interesting things happening, and these interesting things that are happening needs to be shared with the society. It needs to be shared with not only the peers but also with the academia. It needs to be shared with the common people. It needs to be shared with various experts, with activists, and even stakeholders, right? So publication is more often than not seen as the end of the research cycle, right? So your research cycle, your research that you're doing is in the form of a cycle. That is, the moment you come across a thought, that you have embarked on the journey of research, then comes your reading of the material that you have actually you wish to do. I'm from the humanities background, as was mentioned in my introduction. I'm from the Department of English. So when I began my research, my MPhil dissertation was on the topic of eco-criticism. And in the around 2004, 2005, when I was writing my dissertation, it was a topic that was very much current, that was very much, I would say, hot, and it was very much interesting. And when my guide suggested me this topic, I found it to be extremely interesting. And from there, the journey began, and it still continues, that I keep reading and updating myself on whatever is the latest schools of thought in eco-criticism. So research is like a cycle, and I would just want to tell you that please do not stop this journey after you receive your PhD degree. There may be other constraints. I can perfectly understand whatever constraints that you have, but please try to continue your research. And whatever you research, you must share it in the form of publication. So when you publish now, as students who are doing your PhD degree, it is mandatory that you are supposed to publish at least minimum 2 research papers, right? So these 2 research papers, that is before you submit your thesis, you have to have 2 research publications. Now these 2 research publications ideally would be in the UGC care list that every year UGC comes out with. Already, I think for 2022-23, the care list has come out. And if you click onto the UGC website, or even if you type UGC care list on your Google, you will definitely get the list. And you download that list, you identify the journals according to your area of research, that is your subject of research. So, for example, since I'm in English, I have already identified, and I have also I have written it down. Then if that is not possible, there are many peer reviewed journals that come up, and these peer reviewed journals, they always call for papers. All right, so your guide can definitely inform you, can also give you this kind of information about what are the peer reviewed journals. Apart from writing or contributing as a single author, you can also make multiple contributions, or you can also co-author the research article along with your guide, right? So you do have these kind of options available with you. So since you have to publish minimum publications before you submit your research, this will be an eye opener for you as to how should you go about the research process. Plus you should be aware of the publication ethics, because these are being very carefully and very systematically, and I must say very ruthlessly monitored by the UGC. In fact, whatever dissertations and whatever theses are now being submitted, they all should have a certificate that it is plagiarism free, or that it has a minimum level of plagiarism that has been allowed. So as a researcher, all of you must be familiar with this. So unless and until you are in a frame of mind that you are researching, and whatever you are putting across and sharing it with others, it should be free of plagiarism in every aspect. Because it is very important for us to be ethical when we do our research, right? So research is something that all of you are doing, and research is something that all of you are being engaged in, all of you are being engrossed in, and all of you must be in various stages of research. Some of you must have just begun, possibly some of you must have already spent 1 or 2 years of your research. Some of you must have been, I suppose, writing your thesis, that is your chapters of your dissertation. Some of you must possibly in the process of writing research papers, right? So it is important that whatever be your stage, you need to be careful about these aspects when you are in the process of research. All of you must have embarked or must have undertaken this journey of research because you have a higher level of curiosity, inquisitiveness, introspection, and also to identify something that we wish to contribute to the field of research and also to academia. Some of you would be interested in taking up teaching careers, or maybe would want to be independent researchers. For this also, we need to undertake a process of research, right? So there is a self-driven and self-motivation approach that is very much part of research. And why do we need to share it? We need to share because we are social animals, we are social beings. And as being members of society, we need to share it with the larger public, because definitely whatever that we have come across, what we have researched, our facts and findings and investigations have to be shared with the larger public. For example, during the pandemic, we were constantly kept informed about the vaccinations that were coming up. We were also being informed about the pros and cons of getting vaccinated against the COVID-19 pandemic. And we were also informed about new developments in this. So this could have been possible only because of information that has been sharing. Now, this was purely from a medical point of view, but there were also number of webinars that literally were flooding us during this lockdown. And if you look at the subjects, they were as varied as that could be found under the sun. So humanities, they were researching and they were having webinars on which you had speakers talking about and interacting and sharing their research about how pandemics have taken place even earlier, and how did society and how did mankind cope with that pandemic. Today, since we have technology at our fingertips, and we are very much aware, and we ourselves are careful. But maybe during the 12th or the 13th century, or even before, as early as the 5th or 6th century, and even during the 16th century, when you had certain pandemics that literally are considered to be representatives in this world, how did society, how did people cope with it? These were once again brought into our knowledge systems, and they were being made aware of. Economists were actually researching on the economic impact that the pandemic had, migration, also about the local people, right? So these were various things that were taking place in research, and these were all being shared. And this sharing was taking place through a number of platforms, through different, what we call as knowledge dissemination centers. So they were being shared through the net, they were being shared through these webinars, as I said, they were being shared through publications, they were being shared through articles and editorials in the newspapers, through certain brainstorming sessions in the newsrooms of various news channels, etc. So always there is an intention that whatever research is being done, it needs to be shared. Only then the true purpose of a research is fulfilled. If you as a researcher has come across a very trend-setting investigation, or a trend-setting or a trailblazing finding, and if you keep it to yourself, then I would say it would be quite unethical of you. Instead, ethics demands that we need to share it with the public, with the society, for the larger good. And mind you, even with this research, one or two people also, or one or two individuals or communities also has been benefited, then I must say you have achieved your goal of research. Right? The very fact that today I have been told to speak about this and I'm sharing with you itself shows that we need to share our findings and investigations with all of you. Right? Now, all of us have decided that we need to share our findings, our investigations with the larger public, whether it is the society, or whether it happens to be academics, or it happens to be peers working in our area and others. We need to be very much aware of and also careful about the publication and the processes that actually become a part of the publication, right? Now, why do we need publication ethics? We need publication ethics because publication ethics is also a part of ethical conduct. Now, what is ethical conduct? Ethical conduct is basically our behavior which is governed by ethics. What is ethics? In simple words, ethics happens to be a branch of philosophy. And ethics, as a branch of philosophy, tells us what is right and what is wrong, and how we must behave, how we must conduct, so that we are not causing any harm to others. All of us have been ingrained with these ethics right from our childhood, and we undergo the strengthening of our ethics through various agents of socialization. That is through our family, then through school and education, that is in the form of school, then higher educational institutions and universities, then also our peers, that is our friends, also through our extended family circle, and also by observing certain behavior patterns in society. Many a times we do get upset and we do get concerned when unethical practices are rampant in society. I don't wish to name as such, but we all have that awareness that when we read or when we come across certain unethical practices, it really makes us unhappy, and it makes us sad, and it makes us disappointed. And that is why it is important for us to know about this ethical conduct. And this ethical conduct in society is very significant. It is very important because it helps to maintain integrity of values and morals that are responsible for the well-being of the individual, society, and of the environment. Because when we are ethically sound in our principles, in our mannerisms, in our conduct, and in our behavior, we will be able to bring about a change, even if it is a minuscule of a change. But yes, it is necessary for the well-being of our society. It is also for the well-being of our nation, of the world, and also of the environment. Now, when I say environment, it includes both the physical environment that we live in and also about the socialization environment that we are very much a part of, whatever that we are. Now, coming to academia and research, which is the focus of our topic today. Unethical practices takes place for a variety of reasons. And each individual or agency or a group may have their own reasons. Now, I'm not saying that we need to justify, but we cannot overlook them either. But they take place for a variety of reasons. These reasons could be starting from financial implications to development to even competition. So many a times there may be competition. If one group or one agency is involved in research and they are publishing their research, there is another competitor who would also be involved in that, right? So for example, pharmaceutical companies who are supposed to clinically test and trial and then bring about their findings and share it to the larger public only if it has been approved by the FDA and other norms that they have, then they can actually come into the market. But if they want to really make it fast, and if they want to be ahead, because they are after all even marketing, and at the end of the day even they are a business and they also have to have profit. So many a times ethical practices get compromised in the name of competition, in the name of financial implications, and also in the name of profit. And so this could be one reason. At an individual level, someone who knows that by having X number of publications, I can get promoted to this level. or I can get a job in this university or in this XYZ college, for example. So they would be doing this. Now, somewhere, after 2005, I'm sure around 2010 onwards, there was such a spate of publications that actually appeared. And people were literally publishing right, left, and center without actually realizing that what are they publishing, because there were these new guidelines for the career advancement scheme for teachers, both at the college and at the university levels. And so everyone, of course, wants to be promoted. Everyone would want to have the benefit of promotions. And so people were very much involved in paper publications. And so many journals, so many publications literally mushroomed everywhere, right? And so there were call for papers and people were literally publishing so many. Even now it continues, but now it has been more filtered, it has been more monitored. That is suddenly because the UGC came up to a realization that though people were indulging in research, though there were many publications, but did the publications have a standard? And that is why they came up with something called as the UGC CARE in order to develop this standard, right? Now, it is important for research scholars, before they try to publish or before they publish their research paper, they should be aware of what are the ethics involved in research and publication, right? Now, when we talk about the ethics in research and publication, ethics of research would basically mean identifying your topic, okay, ensuring that now everyone wants to always come out uh, with the thought that my research should be unique. I want to research something that nobody else has researched. It cannot always be like that. Even if that thought or an idea germinated in someone else's mind and you also have the same, then also we need to think about it, right? So right from the moment that you have identified an area of research or the domain of knowledge that you wish to research, you have identified the topic. It is very important that you need to read the past research on that topic, which is called as literature review, right? And you need to not only read the past literature, okay? So the past research is how many people have read or how many people have researched on the area that I am researching. That is one. So when you read, you can read their thesis. Now, how can you read their thesis? They are all available. If you look at India, you have something called as Shodhganga or Shodhgangotri, which is considered to be the database or a repository of the Indian thesis. And it is now mandatory that all the theses have to be uploaded on this Shodhganga. So when you visit Shodhganga and you type your topic on that search column and you click, you will get so many searches. And you try to read, you try to go through the contents, try to read, and you will know what the researcher has actually set out to research and which is maybe in your domain or in your area of a topic. Once you have done that, that is identifying, that is your literature review is done, then you think of what you are planning to research. Now, when you are planning to research, there are two things to be kept in mind. What are you intending to research? That becomes like your thesis statement, which you have to put it down in maybe one or two lines or one or two sentences, right? So that will be your thesis statement. Then you will also have to think about the societal implications. How will society be benefited? That is why today research is definitely being more interdisciplinary rather than purely sticking to one particular area. Today, research is more interdisciplinary. And if you look at the National Education Policy 2020, even the curriculum, the syllabus, and research, they are all going to be interdisciplinary. So we cannot say that if I'm going to research in English or in history or in technology, I'm going to be only researching my area. Now, how can it become interdisciplinary? For example, my research area, as I told you, was eco-criticism for my MPhil. And I moved to environmental justice in my PhD. Now, both of this, okay, eco-criticism is again interdisciplinary because it has, sciences involved, ecology, and the principles of ecology, and how with the principles of ecology we could use it in literature and literary text can be done. So it is an interdisciplinary topic. Environmental justice is again which has moral, social, philosophical, economic implications to it, but we have added a literary aspect as well. This is how it is going to be interdisciplinary. Another example of interdisciplinary research would be if someone is studying about cyber technology, right? And that cyber technology today is also a part of sociology. It is also a part of anthropology. It is also a part of literature as well, when you have something called as surveillance literature. And mind you, these are all being done. They are all the current areas of research today, right? And that is how I said it is all interdisciplinary. So once you have identified, once you have read the past research, and you're also reading up on the contemporary research, then you have identified your primary sources and your secondary sources, okay? Then comes acknowledging. It is very, very significant to acknowledge, okay? By the end of the slide, I have put across a bibliography, some 4 or 5 links where I have acknowledged that I have read these material, and what I'm presenting to you is actually a kind of synopsis of these that I have read. That is acknowledgement. You have to acknowledge what you have read from where you have read, whether it is online, that is through the net, or whether it is a hard copy. You have to acknowledge web links, PDF copies, okay, and also even your podcasts. All of this needs to be acknowledged. And I'm sure that all of you are familiar with the manual, okay, which is called as the APA or the PMLA manual. Every year the manual gets revised, and this manual is extremely significant for us to write our research paper as well as your dissertation or thesis. Because in that manual, it is very clearly written as to how your text should be, how should your chapterization should be, where the page numbers have to come, how do you cite sources. You will take from various sources. You will take from newspaper articles, you will take from web resources, you will take from secondary sources like books. It could be journals, it could be chapters in a book, it could be PDF copies of books that you have read online. All of this, anything that you read remotely connected to your topic, has to be acknowledged, because it is actually the work and the endeavor of somebody else which you are referring to. So all this, how do you cite them? What is the way? Okay, what is the structure? All this has been mentioned in the manual, okay, MLA edition. So there is already the 8th edition that has actually come, 8th or 9th edition. So your guide will actually tell you that you must, all of you should have a copy, or at least the universities or the colleges that you're affiliated to as your research center should definitely have copies of this. And you should be following the guidelines when you're writing for your research paper, as well as when you're writing your dissertation, or when you're writing your thesis. Even that is actually publication ethics. That is part of your research ethics. Okay. So what is defined as publication ethics? Right. So there is the psychologydictionary.org, and they define publication ethics as they are the rules of conduct generally agreed upon when publishing results of scientific research or other scholarly work. Generally, it is a standard that protects intellectual property and forbids the republication of authors' work without proper credit. Right? So this definition itself is self-explanatory. Right? So basically there are rules of conduct, and these rules of conduct are generally agreed by whom? Agreed by authors, by experts, by reviewers, by editors, and by publishers who form a panel, or by certain academic bodies. And they outline these guidelines, and they outline these ethical practices when we are publishing results of scientific research. Okay, it could be scientific research, or it could be any research, I must say, or other scholarly work. So your scholarly work could be in the form of conference proceedings, seminar proceedings, abstracts, keynote addresses. Okay, it could be your as I said, chapters in books, edited books for that matter, or it could be anything that you're writing, any scholarly work that involves research. Right? And it is a standard that protects intellectual property and forbids the republication of another's work without proper credit. We have to acknowledge, we have to credit the people from whom we have been benefited by reading and referencing. And that is actually part of an ethical practice. When we do not acknowledge, when we do not give them the credit in the form of works cited or bibliography, or we have not cited the source correctly, then we are indulging in unethical practices. It is nothing but blatant copying or plagiarism. And mind you, the penalties for plagiarism today are quite strict and quite severe. So it is very important for us to be constantly, ingrained or imbibed with the idea that we have to only publish original research. Now, original means that the thought process which is ours. We may be reading many things, but when we put it across, it should be our own. That is what it is there. And it is the intellectual property of somebody else, isn't it? It is the intellectual property of somebody else. And when we have read about it, and if we are directly lifting and putting it into our work, that is not ethical at all. Now, conducting research with integrity is important. So whatever is the research process that you're involved in, whether it is scientific or technological or any other, right? There should be an integrity. The approach is very essential. And even the proper dissemination of research. Now, what are the contemporary dissemination of research available? It is in the form of books, journals, research papers, conference proceedings, and articles. These are considered to be ideally and of course, both they can be online, that is in the form of soft copies or links, or they can also be in the form of hard copies, okay, that we are familiar with. Now, if you look at the publication process, it is not a single entity. It is actually a large number of people who are involved in the process. So there are authors, basically, who are the research scholars or authors who have actually researched on something. You have journal editors, you have peer reviewers, and you have publishers. So all of them are part of the cycle and the process of publication. And when you look at any publication details, everything will be put it. You will have the name of the journal, you will have the volume number, issue number, and if it is a special issue, even that you will have. You will have the month and year. Some journals are yearly journals, some are quarterly, okay, some are, that is what I called as biannual, okay, twice in a year, right? And then there may be some, you have national journals, then you have international journals as well, right? Then you have journals which may be multidisciplinary, they may be interdisciplinary, or there may be some who are unidisciplinary as well, right? Then you have, so these will be written. Then you have journals which are peer reviewed or double blind peer reviewed as well. Then it will also have, if you look at the next page of the journal, like even if you look at a soft copy also, you will get all these details, right? And then you will have the name of the publisher, the address, and the other details of the publisher. You will have the board of editors who are part of these publishers. You may, then you will get, there will be a call for papers which may possibly come in your mailbox. You reply to it, you send your abstract first if they ask, but an abstract is written only after the paper is written, ideally, or in the process of writing your paper. Then when you write your abstract, because many a times it so happens, if you write your abstract and send, and then when we do a research paper, it should match. Sometimes it does not, and we are on a different track altogether. So ensure that you write your research paper first and then write the abstract. And most of the journals ask for an abstract. They may ask for a small bio about you. That is, whether you are a student or you are a faculty or you are an academic expert. They may ask a short biographical note about you to say that you are writing it. And now there are many journals and even editors of a call for chapters in books who ask for a plagiarism certificate. And they, many of the times, there is an undertaking also that comes along with the form in your mailbox, which states very clearly that this research paper that you've written, this work is totally original and it has not been published anywhere, and you have to sign it and you have to vouch for it, right? So you can see that so many things are involved in this. It is not something that I sit, I write it in 1 or 2 days and that's it. No, it is not so easy, because we have to be very careful about what we write, how we write, and most important is that what we write is to be shared. It will be read by many people, isn't it? And that is why we need to be, each one of the agency that is involved in the publication process should be very much aware about what their duties, their roles, and their responsibilities are. Now, publication of research paper or book is extremely important in the development of building and developing comprehensible and reliable network of knowledge. So why do we have so many journals and books and editorials and all these dissemination of knowledge, as we call it, or dissemination of research as we know about it? It is basically because we need to develop and build a network of knowledge. Knowledge that is going to be comprehensible, knowledge that is reliable. Now, I'm sure that many of you, or almost all of us, okay, are reading on books, are reading on journal articles that on which we are researching. How is that possible? Because they have researched and they have now they have published. If they were not getting published, would we have resources in it? It would be very difficult for us to research, isn't it? And that is why it is extremely important that all this research that it's getting published basically adds to the network of knowledge. What are these databases like Shodhganga that has been doing? It is basically actually creating a database where people can know what others have researched, how they have researched. Even your own libraries in universities have a thesis section in which a copy of a thesis would be kept. Tomorrow, even yours would be kept there. So when you open that and read, it may be in your subject, or it may be remotely or even closely connected to your research, but you might even look at it to see how the structure of a thesis takes place, how does the chapterization takes place, how are the works cited, prepared, etc., isn't it? So these are all basically meant to develop what we call as a comprehensible network of knowledge. Now, there have been different kinds of unethical publication practices, and I told you the reasons could be many. It could be competition, it could be financial implications, or it could be for any individual reasons. So some of these that I have identified, which almost all of us should be aware are: first is plagiarism. So what is plagiarism? Plagiarism is nothing but a blatant copying or lifting of any research or scholarly work without acknowledging. That is called as plagiarism. Today, plagiarism is one of the most worrisome and one of the most concerning aspects of publication, right? And so plagiarism are of many kinds. One is plagiarism is when we lift a paragraph or when we lift a text that has already been published or researched by somebody else. That is one way. Sometimes there is self-plagiarism also. For example, there is somebody who is already published their research, they published their thesis, and they take the same ideas and they publish. Even that amounts to plagiarism. And so this, and everywhere you will find plagiarism to be very rampant. Even we can find, that is why today when you submit your thesis, you are supposed to undergo plagiarism checks through certain softwares. Some of the softwares are Turnitin and Urkund, for example. These softwares help us to detect plagiarism. And so there is a percentage till which plagiarism is allowed. Okay. So even if you take a word from any book, you have to cite, you have to acknowledge that. You may feel, "Arey, ek hi word liya hai. How would that matter?" No, it amounts to plagiarism. Even if you read that book, but you have not, you may not have quoted anything, but that those ideas have helped you to write your dissertation. Even then, you are supposed to acknowledge and you have to cite that reference material in your works cited column. So whatever that you read, whether you quote it or not is secondary, but whatever that you read, you have to definitely, you have to acknowledge, right? So plagiarism, as I told you, could be directly lifting the entire material, or it could be lifting a word, it could be lifting a paragraph, it could be lifting a quotation without acknowledging. Even self-plagiarism, as I gave you the example, even that also the softwares can detect. So we have to be extremely careful about plagiarism. And the penalties of plagiarism can be quite severe. Either it could be withdrawing of that article or that research paper, it could be stoppage of increments, or it could be It could be the withdrawing of your dissertation, or if you have already been awarded a doctoral degree, that also could be withdrawn. Or it could be sometimes very severe, it could be even suspension. Because in plagiarism, what happens is not only the reader becomes a poor victim. Now, I as a reader wouldn't know it has been plagiarized. So I become a victim of plagiarism. Then the author who has actually the author who has actually researched, investigated, and who have shared their facts and findings in that journal, in that scholarly journal, also becomes a victim of plagiarism, right? And even the publishers, if they do not have proper plagiarism policies in place in their publications, even, I'm sorry, even they become victims of it. So you can understand that how plagiarism is actually, encroaching, and it can be quite a disturbing trend. The other one is dual or multiple submissions. Sometimes an author may feel that this is a research paper that I wrote, and there are many calls for papers. I don't have the time. Let me submit it. How people are going to come to know. Today, majority, almost all of the journals are also uploaded online. Plus, they also come across with what we call as physical format. So people can come to know. Don't be under that impression that if I have submitted the same paper in multiple this thing. Sometimes it is being asked. Sometimes it is being asked. For example, there may be essays written by very prominent or famous critical thinkers. Okay, critical thinkers, and it may be part of a speech that or a keynote address. If that has to be put in a book, then there are permissions that are sought, and once the permissions have received and there is a copyright attached to it, only then it can be published as part of a book, which can become a book of essays or something. So dual is when you try to submit the same research article to two papers simultaneously, to two journals simultaneously. Multiple is when you're doing it in a multiple this thing. Both of them are unethical and it is totally wrong. Now, if you want to do, then what you should do is you should first withdraw your research paper from one scholarly journal, and then you have to write a letter and you have to inform them that you wish to withdraw and it is up to your own this thing. Then you can submit it to the other. If you do that, you will be in a better and you will be on a safe ground, right? Then you have fabrication and falsification of data, right? So whatever data that you have received and you are in a rush to publish and your results are not coming out the way you want it, and you are shortage or you have paucity of time, you try to fabricate the data, you mislead the data. But by misleading the data, you're also misleading the people. You're also misleading the peers or the experts or anyone who is reading that research paper in a journal. So that is fabrication. Then you have falsification. Falsification is when you try to falsely corroborate your data, that which cannot actually even come across for that matter. So fabrication and falsification of data, that also is very much rampant, and that also involves unethical research as well as unethical publication as well. Then we have undeclared conflict of interest. Sorry. We have something called as undeclared conflict of interest, right? Undeclared conflict of interest is that you have to actually write that whatever you have put across in this journal is your own, and it, even though if it has been taken from others, it has been duly acknowledged. That is called as conflict of interest, where it has been declared. Undeclared is when you are saying that there is no conflict of interest, because tomorrow somebody can get up and say that what it has been quoted here is my work. Now, this happens many a times in the publishing field, especially with regard to what we call as publishing of books to a large extent. Many a times, novelists and writers feel that their ideas have been lifted. Many a times, it has been misquoted also, right? So, all these could actually amount to a conflict of interest. Then, not acknowledging the primary and secondary sources. As I said, that your research paper also should have a works cited, in which it is very important that you cite each and every source that you have used for referencing. Whether you have seen an animation film, or you have listened to a podcast, or you have listened to a meme, or whatever it could be today, or even a social media account also, everything has to be acknowledged. And these guidelines for acknowledging you would definitely get through the MLA, the 8th or the 9th edition, as I said. So you have to acknowledge all your sources. Your primary sources would basically mean, now primary sources, for example, for English, we have the text on which we are working. So it could be a novel or a poem or short story, for example, or a book of essays. That becomes our primary sources. And anything that I'm reading about it, that could become the secondary sources. So any critical or scholarly work that has been written. So we have to acknowledge it is very, very significant. And plagiarism is not something new. It has been said that even Shakespeare was part of it. But at that time, it was not really so well known. But if you look at the roots of plagiarism, it goes, I think, ever since mankind began, because after all, imitation, is very much part of life. And imitation, it could be mere copy, or even within your copying, if you're creative, even that could be it, because the germ of an idea comes from various places. Then lifting information or data directly from web-based sources. Now, if you see, there are many web-based sources that are available where you have data that has already been published. So you lift it directly and you cut, copy, paste. What are you doing? You're actually plagiarizing. And then there are people whose entire papers are ready that way. So we need to be extremely careful. And when we acknowledge, only then it really becomes a successful research paper. Not only that, but of course, we have to put across our ideas and our thoughts in a very proper manner, right? Now, let us continue with more of these. So we have authorship. Now, who is an author? I'm talking as part of a research paper, or a chapter in a book, or a conference proceeding is concerned, or for even in a journal. Who is an author? An author is someone who has actually been part of the research involved in that work, and who is solely meant for writing that research paper. That is called as an author or an authorship. So there is something called a single author. That means there is only one author who has written that entire research paper. Sometimes it could be co-authored. Okay, co-authored means it could be authored by more than one. So there are two. Sometimes it is also by three. So you have corresponding authors as well. Or you may have multi-authors as well. For example, if you look at certain scientific journals, there may be 4 or 5 authors. All their names would be written along with maybe their designations or their place. And sometimes on the same page below, there would be a footnote about where each one of them have worked. So if there have been multiple authors involved in that research paper, it is important to share their individual contribution. Okay, so somebody would have been involved in collecting the data, somebody would have been involved in collating the data, Somebody would have been involved in writing that paper and someone in the editing part. So each one of their individual contributions need to be mentioned when it is more than one author, when it has been multiple authors. It is important so that it can appear as a footnote or appear as a note, so that people also know that this has not been any kind of an unethical practice that has been involved. This would be a very logical step. So as an author, what is your role and responsibilities? Because many of you would have already written or would be in the process of writing a research paper. So your responsibility would be that, first of all, whatever you write, it should be original, it should be faithful. You should be able to have a thorough understanding of the topic that you are doing. Your research should be quite authentic and it should be relevant to your area of study. And also it should fulfill whatever is the paper or the journal for which you're writing. Not only that, it should also you should put across your ideas in such a way that it could be readable, it should be understood by others as well. And loyalty and authenticity and transparency and accountability is also important. So when you're transparent is when you're acknowledging the sources, you're accountable, which means that if there is any information that is misleading or it may cause any untoward consequences, you are accountable for it. So there is a lot of responsibility that lies on the shoulders or that rests on the author. So when you are following all these norms and all these rules and regulations, your authorship is considered to be more ethical. Unethical would be, for example, if there is an honorary authorship. Honorary authorship means including the name of the author just for decorative purposes. And that individual would not have contributed even one word or an iota of an idea in that research paper. And by including their name would get us affiliation or would get us to publish into that journal, because maybe that author has some connections with that journal. That is called as honorary authorship. Many a times this gets done, but it is part of the whole thing. Then there is something called as ghost authorship. Okay, just a minute. Sorry for the minor interruption. Then there is something called as ghost authorship. Ghost authorship is including those names who may possibly be not there. And there are guest authorship. As I said, the guest would be like the head of the institution or a very prominent name in the academic circles. And by including their name, it would really come out, make their journal more access and more visibility and also more publication as well. Right? So this is about author and authorship. Then you have editors. Now every scholarly journal would have editors. They would have a board of editors. So editors actually have a lot of responsibilities. First of all, they would have to identify the area or identify the topic on which the issue of the journal would come about. Editors should also be aware of the strong plagiarism policies in place, particularly with respect to that publication. Editors should also be very much clued and very much aware about what kind of information has come, whether it has been directly lifted or copied, or whether it has been properly and duly acknowledged by the author. Right? So these are also extremely important. Just a second. Okay, so this is also very much a part of responsibilities of editors. You also have responsibilities of reviewers, right? So when we say reviewers are the people who will first actually go by a review. So a journal which says that it is going to be peer reviewed is a journal that is safe. Understood? There are many things called as predatory or fake journals as well, where and you have paid the fees, and almost all publications they do charge. There are many who do charge. There are many who don't charge, where they have clearly mentioned it is not for profit journal. Okay, so when you come across a journal in which you want to publish your research paper, ensure that you know all these factors, you keep all this in mind. So reviewers are people who also should be aware of the plagiarism policies, publication policies. They should also be able to review, and they should be an academic expert, or they should have a sound knowledge in that domain. Otherwise, if I, as a reviewer, is getting a domain or an area that is beyond what my expertise lies, say in humanities, if I am going to do an anthropology, I would never understand it, or maybe in sociology. So that also becomes unethical if I am reviewing something that is not within my area of expertise. There is also responsibilities of publishers. Publishers have to be extremely careful, because what they are publishing is ultimately for the betterment of society, for the sharing of the common good. So they should have their policies very firmly in place. They should also have editors and reviewers who are very much sound, who are very much thorough and systematic in their knowledge, and also know their jobs very well. Publishers also have to ensure that timely publications of the issues must come about, and that they should have their policies very firmly in place. So now, what kind of mechanisms or preventive measures are present to check unethical practices in publication, right? So first is we have the UGC care list. So this CARE actually is an acronym for Consortium for Academic Research and Ethics. In order to, in order to come heavily on the fake or predatory journals. What is a fake or a predatory journal? A journal that exists only in name and that asks for publication fees without having a proper publication address, or having without having any reviewers or boards, and it is not even peer reviewed. It is not double blind peer reviewed. They come under as predatory journals. So this UGC care list, basically UGC care was formed in order to literally cut heavily on the predatory journals that mushroomed in the publication market. And it was found that most of them were unethical, and they were not following any rules of publication. And it is not only in India, it was found across the world as well. And that is why you have these mechanisms to check this unethical practices. So every year, this UGC care list comes, UGC care comes out with a list of journals in which it is safe to publish. And each of these, then you can visit their websites. Some of them are print journal, and then some of them are print journals, and some of them are online journals only, and some of them are something that is both online, that is your research paper will be available online, as well as you will get a physical copy as well, that is a hard copy as well. They have their submission policies, they have their submission guidelines, they also have clearly their editorial policy. You can read all of it. So when you read all of this, then you know that it is a journal which is authentic and which is very safe. All right. So they come across with this list. Now in Maharashtra, it is University of Pune, which actually is part of this UGC care list. Like other places, for example, this Banaras Hindu University, and you have Jawaharlal Nehru University. They are all part of this UGC care. Okay, so it is their duty, and every year the journal list, the care list gets revised. Okay, so you will get to see in which area. For example, in the field of zoology, they will have these journals. They may be international, they may be national also, right? Like that you have in every subject. Okay, in every subject you have this. So all of you should go across, should definitely visit the UGC care list, and you should write down the journals that are typically for your subject and which year as well. Okay. Then you have to be informed about the fake or predatory journals as well. So you should know that which is a predatory journal. When you see call for papers and when you are a bit doubtful about it, don't publish. It is all right to publish maybe slightly later than get involved in something and in which you are a part of it. There is also this committee called COPE, okay, Committee on Publication Ethics. You can visit their website. The scope actually comes out with publication ethics, and they have very strong guidelines for authors, for reviewers, for editors, and for publishers. You can be a member of this scope, and they conduct webinars. They conduct various, talks which deal with public. It is an international body which is called as scope, and their guidelines and all are very much used in most of the publication policies as well, right? Then you also have something called as a WAME, WAME, World Association of Medical Editors. Okay, World Association of Medical Editors, WAME. Then you have this ICMJ. So these are all related to medical, but their publication policies and publication practices, especially what we call as best practices in to check unethical practices, are all very much in place, and they provide what we call as, and they provide the guidance, they provide the guidelines that are required for author submission, reviewer submission, and all that. Now, where will you publish? Okay, so you are now willing to publish. Where will you publish? You can publish, of course, in any journal that is related to your subject in the UGC care list. But UGC care list, it has its time, and there are those editions that appear. If not that, there are something called as preprint archives. So preprint archives are something where you can submit it without any publications, but you need to be aware of that and you need to really search on it. That is called as preprint archives. You can always publish in peer-reviewed journals. Most of the journals that come across are peer-reviewed journals. So you may decide whether you want to publish in multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary peer-reviewed journal. Even if you publish in multidisciplinary, it's perfectly fine. So when they say peer-reviewed journal, then you know that it is safe, because when you go to their website, you will see their past issues also in the archives column. You may be able to see their current issue as well. Okay, and you may also be able to see all their submissions. There will be clear submission guidelines for authors. There will be a form in which you may also have to sign that you are the sole author, or you have co-authored with somebody else, but whatever you are publishing is original and it has not been published anywhere else, right? So these peer-reviewed journals also you can definitely publish, and you may have to check whether it is quarterly or biannual or an annual as well, right? So these are the places where you can definitely publish. So this is the bibliography. This is a book which is available in the PDF format. So Kampadur Murlidhar and others, Ethics in Science Education, Research and Governance. Okay, this book is available as a PDF online. Then Academic Integrity and Research Quality. It is published by the UGC. This also I found it online. And you can, so some of the points that I've mentioned is all taken from that. So in both of these, you will find there are chapters specifically listing about publication ethics. It also has about research and ethics in research and other areas that are allied to research. So you can definitely read these as well. Apart from it, there is also something called as NPTEL lectures were also given on publication ethics. So when you type NPTEL lectures on publication ethics, you will get many videos. So you can click on to some of them, and they will also guide you about publication ethics. Similarly, there are also certain short-term courses that are all short-term courses on research and publication ethics by various universities, which are of normally 1 week, or there may be FDPs, faculty development programs also. And in the faculty development, if they have mentioned researchers, that is research scholars, students, then this also you can join, maybe 1 or 2 if you can do. It can help you for your research papers and publishing your research papers as well. It will be done in a more elaborate and in a more detailed manner. Then there is also this, this is the COPE. Okay, so if you click onto this site, it will take you to the COPE, and there you will be able to see what are there are different things. So, or you can say publication ethics by COPE also, you can get the guidelines that are very much a part of it as well, right? And so a big thank you to all of you. I hope you have all must have received the information on this topic as much as I have been pleased to share this information. So the floor is now open for any discussions or interactions or any questions that you would like to have. So I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ramakant Navgare sir, Dr. Suryakant, sir from CKT College, and the principal and the management also of CKT College, who have invited me to share this lecture with you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, one and all. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful session. And within a short period, we have completed all the things. Only in 9 slides, it is quite difficult. I was thinking that how it could be possible within a 9 slide talk on 2 hours. It's quite difficult for me. At least we have to have 30-50 slides to talk for 2 hours. But the way you have discussed the things, the point-to-point discussion, you have focus on that particular points of research and publication ethics. That is very appreciable from all of from behalf of participant. Also, I would like to appreciate that. And if there is any query or if there is any question from the participant, they can ask right now to the ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, first I congratulate you for presenting such a nice topic with such a nice way. It has cleared all the doubts. But my one doubt is there. If I am doing PhD in Hindi, if I have read any book or any reference book, and after that I am writing my topic or my thesis, whether I have to mention that book also?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ashok, for your comments. Sir, any book that you write, you have to mention it in your work cited or in your bibliography. You, as I said earlier, you may not quote from that book, okay, but you have definitely read that book. And
Yes,
yes, you have definitely read that book. And in the course of writing your thesis or your research paper, there may be an idea. You may suddenly remember a word, or you may remember a phrase or some quotation from that book. Okay, so it is very important that you should acknowledge that. As a research student, what I used to do is I used to keep with me the bibliographical and the citation cards that are normally available in stationery shops, near the universities. So as soon whenever I would read a book, and if I found a quote or if I found something that I need to incorporate in my research, then I would write it on the front of the card. I would write it, that word and which page, now that word or that paragraph or whatever, and the page number. And behind that card, I would write the details, like then the title of the book, the author, the place of publication, year of publication, and whether it is a print or an online copy.
Yes.
So This is actually called as acknowledging. This is the way that you cite the source. So for example, now you must have read that book, and you have definitely some ideas would have come when you were reading. When you're writing, you must be thinking, अरे ये वाला किताब से तो ये कैरेक्टर, ये चरित्र के बारे में बहुत अच्छा से
Yes, ma'am.
लिखा था.
Yes,
ठीक है, तो आप शायद आप वही कोट नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपने जो वो पढ़ा था, वो जो फ्लो ऑफ थॉट है, वो आपको जरूर मदद करता है. तो
Correct.
इसीलिए आप जब वर्क साइटेड में, उसको जरूर आपको एक्नॉलेज करना पड़ेगा. That is how your works cited column comes into the picture. So anything that you read, you have to acknowledge. Yeah.
Thank you,
But
ma'am. Thank you.
yeah, but I'm in the sense, ऐसा नहीं है कि एक किताब का सिर्फ मैंने blurb, that is पीछे का पार्ट पढ़ा या contents पढ़ा, वैसे नहीं. But आपने अगर वो किताब पूरी पढ़ी है, तो you have to acknowledge. Yes.
बिल्कुल सही. बहुत बहुत. और एक कमेंट और, आप बहुत अच्छी हिंदी भी बहुत अच्छी जानती हैं.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, is there any question from the participant? I think all of them have understood lot. So that's why there is no question. Otherwise, they have not understood anything else.
Or they may be coming across when they are writing a paper.
Right. So I have one question, ma'am, for this session. Being an academician, we are completely forced for the publish in the Scopus or Web of Science. Most probably in the index databases.
Yes.
How it could be possible to entire population, if you come calculate the numbers, it's more than 15 lakhs in whole of India.
Correct.
As far as the professor number is concerned.
Yes.
And if we push to publish in the Scopus only, when I'm going to publish, because when I'm asking for the publisher, reputed publisher from the Scopus, they are saying that you are just now a assistant professor. You have to become first associate, then professor, then we will consider your article.
Yes.
But because again, it's matter a lot the experience, how many experience you do have and how you are writing. And again, who is the co-author? If it is a PhD guy, if it is having the very good contact with the publisher and journal, then only it will happen. So what should be done in this case for our beginners? We are the beginners right now.
Right, sir. With the same, even I am along with you in this. So many of the times I feel that it is better that we just start off with publishing in peer reviewed and gradually move on to this Scopus. Many a times this index factor and impact factor is also there. So can you just excuse me for a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, yeah, if that is the case, what happens is we need to, that's why, like for example, even when we are applying for our career advancement also, clearly it says UGC careless / peer reviewed, because whenever I have seen this UGC care list and I visit their website, suppose I write my write my research paper and send, it will get published only in the next academic year. So for us, we start losing our points. But I think eventually we need to look at the impact factor and also the citation index. If we keep that in mind, possibly we can get in there, or that is how it is. It doesn't become easy, sir. Of course, we need to work hard.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So on behalf of Security College, I wholeheartedly thanking you for this accepting our invitation and deliver a very good talk on this session. So I would like to invite and call Mayuresh Patil, who is a research scholar, for propose the vote of thanks. Mayuresh Patil, sir, please propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of all the research students and Security College, you have enlightened us why we need to follow publication ethics. As ma'am told us, every research has to be published. For that, we need to follow publication ethics. We all will follow all the techniques delivered to us from today's session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ramakant, sir, and thank you to all the participants. And my best wishes. And I hope that all of you are able to complete your research well in time, and also hope to get it published by following the practices here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir.
Thank you. All the participants are requested that our next session will be start by 11:30 a.m. and Dr. Yogesh Parekh from Gujarat University, he will going to talk. He will going to deliver the lecture from 11:30. So we have right now 25 minutes time with us. So for queries, we have the 12:30 to 1:30 discussion. We will have for 1 hour. So if there is any query regarding the discussion, you can ask right now.
Sir, may I leave or?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So
Hello?
there is no query from the participant.
Hello,
Yes.
sir. Hello.
Bola madam.
Sir, group discussion, as you said, we only have to select the topic, right?
Right.
But every individual will be how every individual will participate in because if we have to select the topic. So how the GD will take?
See, we have decided that we have given you the schedule, complete schedule, topic wise schedule we have given. Accordingly, if you are preferable in particular topic based on the main theme or sub themes, you have to choose it on your own. That yes, I can, as I share with you. That is, for example, I wish to talk on the plagiarism.
Yes.
So I can talk on plagiarism, how to avoid, how to check the plagiarism, what type of softwares are there for the checking the plagiarism, and how to avoid best practice. What are the best practice for the avoiding the plagiarism? On that topic only, I have to talk minimum 2 minutes. Otherwise, you can talk on theme also, research and publication ethics. What are your views on the research and publication ethics? That views also you can put before us.
Okay. So
There is no question and answer type. Only you have to express yourself on this theme.
Okay. So it is not a kind of discussion. Just we have to.
Yes. If there is any doubt, if there is any query from the participant, they may ask you.
Okay.
सर ये सर
Yes, sir.
सर ये केवल आज होगा कि किसी भी सेशन में होगा?
आज होगा तो थोड़ा अच्छा होगा क्योंकि हमें आज टाइम है और लंच ब्रेक के बाद भी थोड़ा सा आज टाइम है क्योंकि कोई फैकल्टी अभी क्या हुआ एग्जाम चालू है हर कॉलेजेस में तो वो सुपरविजन में भी है तो उसके लिए हमने रखा है कि बाद लंच ब्रेक के बाद भी हमें टाइम क्योंकि आज के जो सेशन है ना 11:30 to 12:30 के बाद हमारे खत्म हो जाने वाले रिसोर्स पर्सन ठीक है लंच ब्रेक के बाद हमें बहुत सारा टाइम है 1:30 बजे के बाद हम कंप्लीटली फ्री है और आज का एक लास्ट जो सेशन है वो 2 बजे होने के बजाय आज होगा 7 बजे 7 बजे से 8:30 बजे तक क्योंकि जो रिसोर्स पर्सन है वो अभी आउट ऑफ द कंट्री है वो आज वापस आने वाले हैं दोपहर को 5 बजे तक वो आने वाले ऐसा उन्होंने कंफर्म किया है और 7 बजे वो लेक्चर लेने वाले
ठीक सर तो
7 से 8:30 हमारा तीसरा सेशन रहेगा जो कि वापस ऑनलाइन हम लिंक शेयर करेंगे और ऐसे जैसे कंडक्ट करते वैसे कंडक्ट कर लेंगे अगर किसी को अभी 11:30 और 12:30 प्रॉब्लम रहेगा जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है और आप बोल रहे प्रॉब्लम है तो ऐसा मत करो क्योंकि ग्रुप डिस्कशन इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट बिकॉज व्हेनेवर यू आर डिफेंडिंग योर वाइवा वर्क्स एट द टाइम ऑफ PhD end so at that time you may have the problems so accordingly we have scheduled that session that yes you have to talk on the theme that we have decided on the research and publication ethics so then we will going to give you the 10 marks for that purpose and group discussion is content given by UGC only that is not from our side
ठीक सर ठीक
okay
ठीक सर
तो सर उसका टाइमिंग 12:30 to 1:30 रहेगा ना
yes किसी को अभी कोई बिजी रहेगा अभी मुझे 2-3 फैकल्टी के ये आए SMS और कॉल भी आए कि वो सर हम सुपरविजन में है तो अभी पॉसिबल नहीं हम बाद में कर लेंगे तो उनके लिए हम लंच ब्रेक के बाद एक सेशन रख सकते हैं 2 to 3 no 3 to 4 accordingly how we can adjust
Hello, sir.
हाँ
As you said, attendance is compulsory for all the sessions, but today you have.
I will share I have with me and you can also access from that file also PDF file already I shared with you in WhatsApp group.
Okay. No, I was saying because you have rescheduled the timing for the 4th session, today's 4th session. So I'm already busy with another FDP, so I won't be able to join.
I will share with the recording also.
Okay. Fine.
So
okay.
That is not an issue, main issue. Definitely we will have the recorded videos with us and that I will share with all of you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
So
sir.
we will have a short break for 15 to 20 minutes, and we will come together by 11:30 a.m. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please give your name for the next resource person also. Introduction and vote of thanks. Otherwise, I will call your name. Please remember.
Sir, my name is Sunil Khatri, and I would like to introduce the
Next resource person, Dr. Yogesh Parekh. Okay, sir.
Sunil.
I will write your name for the introduction to the next resource person, and I am going to share his profile. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So good morning, one and all, once again. We will begin with our session 2. For this session, we have very eminent resource person, Dr. Yogesh Parekh sir from Gujarat University. He is the chief librarian of the university, Gujarat University, and today he will going to talk on research and publication ethics, specifically journals, predatory journals and their types, and many other points sir has discussed with me, and accordingly sir will talk on the topic. So for introduction to the resource person, Dr. Yogesh Parekh sir, I would like to call upon Sunil Khatri, research scholar, to introduce the resource person. Sunil Khatri sir, please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Doctor, for today I have got an opportunity to introduce an eminent personality from Gujarat University. Dr. Yogesh Parekh is presently presently working as an assistant librarian since 2006 and officiating university librarian at Gujarat University, Ahmedabad since September 2012. He has more than 14 years professional experience in the field of the library science. Sir holds doctoral degree in library science from Gujarat Vidyapeeth, Ahmedabad, MPhil in library science from Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Vidyanagar, and Masters in Library Science from Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. At Gujarat University, Sir is actively involved in the extension activities of the university apart from Sir's routine library duties. Sir organized more than 200 programs related to library orientation, education, awareness campaign on different topics. Sir has made remarkable progress in bringing the Gujarat University Library to the next level. During his tenure as head of the library, Gujarat University was placed among the top universities in digitalization of PhD thesis with Shodhganga project, RFID projects, and assessing e-resources under UGC Infinite Center. Dr. Yogesh has contributed several research publications in the reputed international national journals and conference proceedings. He has presented many research papers in the international regional conference seminars. Sir has been invited as a resource person and subject expert by many academic and research institutions. His areas of interest are library services, library instructions, extension services, and information literacy. Sir has created 8 world record in the area of library science as well as Election Commission of India. I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
One more thing I would like to add here, sir is my research guide. I'm doing my PhD under Dr. Yogesh Parekh sir, and I'm very glad that the cooperation and support received from the sir is very appreciable. And I always getting help from the sir. I'm always getting the guidance from the sir. For that purpose also, I would like to thank you so much, sir, and wholeheartedly welcome you on behalf of CKT College. You can proceed further, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramakant ji and Sunil ji. I'm simply Yogesh, and I'm a simply library servant. So, do not wasting some time. Let us start my presentations. First of all, my sincere thanks to Dr. Ramakant ji and the respected principal to organize such a wonderful workshop for the research scholars for the library professional. Good afternoon to all of you. Let us start my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So let us start my presentation. So in my presentations, I discuss about the research misconduct, FFP, falsification, fabrication, and plagiarisms. And some of the clause of UGC policy of research integrity in context to research ethics. So information covered in my session is about the Shodhganga PhD and electronic repository of thesis and dissertation. So why I mentioned about the Shodhganga PhD electronic repository and thesis and dissertation? Because these all are repository. All are online contents are correlated with the research misconduct, correlated with the research ethics, correlated with the quality of research, correlated with the development of research. Then the research ethics, introduction and concept, research misconduct in a 3 area of research misconduct: falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism. And UGC policy on promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in higher education institutions regulations 2018, and provision of fair use in academics as well as research. So friends, research and innovation involved in scientific efforts in a search of truth and creation of new knowledge, and contributing to socio-economic benefits for the global good. In today's era, we know about today's era of ICT, information and communication technology, and research and development, research integrity, research ethics, misconduct of research, falsification, fabrication, plagiarism are most important factors in the growth of research and the development. And we know the morality is the most important thing in the all area of human life. Not only the research and ethics and in academic level, but morality is so important thing in the all area of human life. So in the higher education concern, the MHRD and UGC took several initiatives for quality of research in plagiarism, like Shodhganga project, Shodh Suddhi project, 2 credit course compulsory at the PhD level. And in a 2018, after a long time, UGC published a policy about the published on the promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in higher educational institute, regulation 2018. So that all the concerned authorities, faculty members, administrative staff, researchers, and students of academic institutions in university and research and development units are must aware about the various provisions given in the policy during the teaching, learning, and the research. So research misconduct, research integrity, research ethics, ये सारे जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है उससे जो जितनी भी एंटायर कम्युनिटी, एंटायर जो फैकल्टी है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स है, स्टूडेंट्स अप टू यूजी टू पीजी एंड रिसर्च लेवल, उनके कंसर्न में, मतलब उसके कंसर्न में अवेयरनेस होना, और उनके क्लोज के हिसाब से हमको आगे कैसे रिसर्च पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू एज वेल एज एकेडमिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू हमें हमारा टीचिंग है, लर्निंग है, रिसर्च है, उसको इंक्रीज करना, उनको वो लेवल पे ले जा रहा है, वो जानना बहुत जरूरी है. सो ये जो वर्कशॉप हो रहा है, मतलब ऐसे कई वर्कशॉप जो मतलब जो पूरे एंटायर नेशन से हो रहे हैं, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं क्वालिटी ऑफ रिसर्च, मतलब जो रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट हो रहा है उनको कहीं ना कहीं रिस्ट्रिक्टेड, इनको प्रोहिबिटेड करने के लिए वेरी यूजफुल है. सो मैं शोधगंगा के बारे में आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू डिटेल, मतलब आप सारे ऑलमोस्ट मतलब प्रोफेशनल हो, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हो, सो all of you know about the शोधगंगा लिक्विडिटी इज बेसिकली, मतलब जब रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट की बात आती है तो वाई शोधगंगा क्यों जरूरी था? बिकॉज सारा रिसर्च है, मतलब पूरे नेशंस में जितना भी रिसर्च पब्लिश हो रहा है, इफ इट इज अपलोड इन द ऑनलाइन वेब पोर्टल, या शोधगंगा है या एनी अदर रिपोजिटरी है, वो अगर टोटली फुल्ली अपलोड हुआ है तो डेफिनेटली वो कहीं ना कहीं 24/7 एक्सेसिबल तो है, साथ में कहीं ना कहीं मतलब उसको जो डुप्लीकेशन ऑफ रिसर्च, क्वालिटी ऑफ रिसर्च, मिसकंडक्ट ऑफ डेटा एंड इंफॉर्मेशन, उनके रिगार्डिंग में कहीं ना कहीं वो भी यूजफुल है. और जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी के 2 बेनिफिट्स है, वंस जैसे सारे थीसिस अपलोड है ऑन द शोधगंगा, so researchers, professional can access these theses and dissertation across the nations, across the world 24/7 with the network facility. And the another side, the limitations, वही रिसर्च का डेटा डाउनलोड किया, उसको मैनिपुलेशंस किया, उनको इंटरप्रिटेशंस किया, उसको मॉडिफिकेशन किया, उसके साथ misconduct किया and again it will be published, then considered as a research misconduct, considered as a plagiarism. So ये शोधगंगा है, PQDT है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जितने भी रिपोजिटरी है, so many online repository available in the nation as well as global level. So वो है, वो basically for the development of the research and control the misconduct of research, control the development quality of the research, and control the unethical issues in the area of the research and development. So these are the some benefit of research community from the Shodhganga. I'm not going into details. These are the one screenshot. Yesterday night I took the screenshot. And as per the present scenario of Shodhganga, total number of theses uploaded as per 27. Yesterday tonight 3,50,112 theses. Total number of signed MOU 638, and total number of university contributed 541. So these are the other Indian ETDs and repository at Shodhganga as well as Implement Center, MGU thesis, ETD, NCCI. These are the ETD and repository of research and development at the over nation level, India level. These are the global ETD, PQDT, and all other electronic thesis and digitization repository. Now I'm going to discuss about the research ethics. The research ethics is two words: research and ethics. Here you can see the word of research ethics. So two concepts: one is the research, and second is the ethics. Research means research, creating a new knowledge for the research, etc. And ethics means morality, honesty. So research ethics concern the responsibility of researchers to be honest and respectful to the all individuals who are affected by the research studies or the reports to the studies results. The another definitions, another concept of research ethics. Research ethics provide guideline for the responsible conduct of the research. In addition, it educates and monitors to all conducted research, ensure a high ethical standard. So research ethics basically concern with the all area of the research. Either it is concerned with the publication, either it is concerned with the authorship, either it is concerned with the guidance, either it is concerned with the all the resources, all the materials published in the area of academic and research development. So what are research ethics covered? Research ethics ethics is a broad terminology. It's covered honesty, integrity, objectivity, carefulness, social responsibility, legality, non-discriminations, respectful for intellectual property. Yesterday, World Intellectual Property Rights Day. So intellectual property, intellectual rights are most important, are most valuable, most factor in the area of research misconduct, in the area of research ethics, in the area of research integrity. Confidently, responsible publications is concerned with the authorship, concerned with the publication. Responsible mentoring, as a guide, as a supervisor level, as a researcher level, human subject protections and competence. So these all are the factors, all are the concerns factors related to the research ethics. Now I'm going to discuss about research misconduct, the main theme of the today's presentations. So research misconduct mainly include three aspects of the research integrity. FFP. One is fabrication, the second is falsification, and the third one is plagiarism. सो ये तीनों जो कंटेंट है, ये तीनों जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है, वो रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट के साथ। रिसर्च मीन्स रिसर्च एंड मिसकंडक्टिंग means something wrong, something interpretation, something modifications, either data, either informations, either pictures, either audio, either video, anything else published materials and will publish in the future. So जितना भी कंटेंट पब्लिश हो रहा है, जितना भी फ्यूचर में पब्लिश होगा, तो उनके साथ में कहीं ना कहीं ये फैब्रिकेशंस, फॉल्सिफिकेशंस एंड प्लेगरिज्म, these three terminology are basic, are core part of the research misconduct. So what is falsification? The falsification is the changing or omission of research result or data to support claims, hypotheses, other data, etc. Falsification also can include the manipulation of research. The research previously published, मैनिपुलेशन, उसको मैनिपुलेट किया और अगेन उसको फर्दर पब्लिश किया. So falsification also include in the manipulation of research, instrumentations, material or process, manipulation of images or representation in a manner to distort the data reads to be much between the lines can also consider as a falsification. Data है, images है, और so many मतलब जो contents are connected with the research, उनको manipulate किया, उनको modification किया, and present as a personal aspect, present in a commercial aspect, is a considered as a falsification, considered as a research misconduct. Fabrications. Fabrication means to fabricate. यानी जब fabrication in generally we concern in a society level, fabrication means कुछ फैब्रिक किया हुआ, फैब्रिक करके उसको रीजॉइन करके उनको पब्लिश कर रहे हैं या उनको फैब्रिकेशन करके कुछ अगर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, तो फैब्रिकेशन
You are not audible, sir. Correct, sir, you are not audible. PPT is now on screen, but your voice is not clear.
now audible, Ramakant?
Yes, sir, yes.
So fabrication is also part of the research misconduct, to fabricate the data, to fabricate the observation, to fabricate the characterizations, and published in a personal and a commercial aspect. Now, third core elements of the research misconduct is plagiarism. Plagiarism is perhaps the most common form of the research misconduct. Researchers must have to be aware, cite all the sources and take careful notes. Using or representing the work of others as your own work constitutes plagiarism, even if confirmed unintentionally. When reviewing prevails information, such as when reviewing grants or journal articles manuscript for peer review, researchers must recognize that what they are reading cannot be used for their own purpose, because it can be cited until the work is published or publicly available. So the core portion, the core elements of the research misconduct is plagiarism. So plagiarism means is a broad terminology. In a research point of view, in a publication point of view, in a teaching point of view, somebody मतलब किसी का intellectual जो property है, किसी का intellectual content है, if you are using in your personal aspect, you are using in a commercial aspect, and you cannot cite, अगर उसको आपको proper citation नहीं दिया, that will be considered as a plagiarism, and that will be considered as a research misconduct. So some definitions of the plagiarism. So plagiarism is the act of presenting another work or idea as your own. The another definition is plagiarism is the act of stealing someone else's work and attempting to pass it off as your own. And this can apply to anything in the terms of paper, in the terms of publication, in the terms of photographs, in the terms of songs, even ideas. And these are the another definitions of plagiarism: to steal and pass the ideas and words another as your own.
Not audible, sir. I think there is some network issue.
The plagiarism also includes the self. Plagiarism includes using someone else's exact word without using quoting marks of citations. Using someone else's ideas without using citation, even if the source in the bibliography. Using rearranged word from a source without citations. So research misconduct and plagiarism include about these factors. Friends, why plagiarism made easy? Why research misconduct made easy? Because the main role is the ICT. ICT has our own benefits, also as well as its limitations. So in lots of content available in a web, lots of content available in a cloud, lots of content available in many open sources sites. So users कहीं से भी उसको कॉपी किया, पेस्ट किया और कंटेंट को फैब्रिकेट किया, उसको फॉल्सिफिकेशन करके उसको रिप्रेजेंट किया. So ICT play a major role, a huge role in the increase of plagiarism, in the increase of misconduct. Why this is the another pictures. Why plagiarism made easy? So many software, so many tools, open source available on the web. Easily you can download the PDF, you cut down and you edit it and again represent. So this is the another example of why plagiarism made easy. This is the another pictures why plagiarism made easy. So translator, अभी कुछ ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर है in the field of आप ऐसे आप if you are library professional या if you are researchers, आपको एक अभी जो है कीबो knowledge in box, वो बेसिकली स्कैनर एंड टूल्स फॉर द विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड स्टूडेंट्स. बट मतलब इसमें फैसिलिटी है मोर देन 100 लैंग्वेज को ट्रांसलेट करने की. सो once the research published in Gujarati language, once research published in Marathi language, once research published in any other regional language, और उसको ट्रांसलेट कर दिया, अगर उसको रिप्रेजेंट कर दिया, it will be considered as a research misconduct, it will be considered as a plagiarism. So tools, टेक्निक और सारे जो प्रोविजन इतने इजीली अवेलेबल हो रहा है, तो ये सारे फैक्टर्स जो बेसिकली है फॉर द रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, फॉर द रिसर्च प्लेगियरिज्म. सो की फैक्टर इन द रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट और प्लेगियरिज्म. व्हाई पीपल डू plagiarism, why people doing research misconduct? Because the problems in selection of topic. This is the beginning, this is the first stage. Whenever you are enter in a PhD, whenever you enter in a master, whenever you enter in a UG or PG level, अगर आप टीचिंग में हो, आपको डिसर्टेशन प्रिपेयर करना हो या आपको थीसिस प्रिपेयर करना हो, तो आप क्या करोगे? सिंपल ही है, आप शोध गंगा में जाओगे, यू कैन ब्राउज इन द शोध गंगा एंड इजीली वहां से कुछ टाइटल मिला, उसको वही टाइटल को आपने सपोज गुजरात में हो रहा है तो महाराष्ट्र ले लिया, महाराष्ट्र हो गया तो राजस्थान ले लिया। तो जहां वहीं यहीं से एक शुरुआत होती है द प्रॉब्लम्स इन सिलेक्शन ऑफ टॉपिक। अगर आपने पहले से ही मतलब जो टॉपिक सिलेक्शन में कहीं ना कहीं जो प्रॉब्लम्स वहीं से मतलब जैसे ये कोई बेसिकली एक टाइटल ले लिया और उसको कहीं ना कहीं रीजनल वाइज, उसको ना कहीं कम्युनिटी वाइज, इसको कहीं ना कहीं एरिया वाइज उसको रीमॉडिफाई करके अगर रिसर्च प्रपोजल बना तो वहीं से रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट और प्लेगरिज्म की शुरुआत होती है। पुअर नॉलेज अबाउट द रेफरेंस स्किल्स, दिस इज द मेन। अगर आप कहीं से भी कुछ भी कंटेंट, you can browse in the internet, you can browse in any websites and collect the data and using your own research. The citation, the reference skill is the most important to stop, to avoid the plagiarism, to avoid the research misconduct. Then the another factor is the fear of failure. Once 2 साल चले गए, 3 साल चले गए, फिर रिसर्चर्स को होता है कि I will not complete, मैं complete नहीं कर पाऊंगा. Then the researchers will try to find out in online resources, in online repositories, and collecting the data, download and using in their your own research. So fear of failure is the most important factor of research misconduct. Poor documentation first. This is the most important thing. When you are when you are entering your research area, your my concern with you all the researchers, all the professionals, as a my PhD from Gujarat Vidyapith, जब मैंने start किया तो at that time मतलब so many resources are not available in a online, in a web resources. So I visited many university library in Rajasthan and many university library in Gujarat. So whenever I went to visit for some literature review or some resources in the university library of Rajasthan and Gujarat, at that time what can I do? सपोज मैंने मुझे 12 बुक्स मिली है, तो जहां से मुझे जो भी कंटेंट मिला है उसको आप डाउनलोड कर लो, उसका फोटो कॉपिंग कर लो, उसका फाइलिंग बना दीजिए, फर्स्ट चैप्टर, सेकंड चैप्टर, थर्ड, फिफ्थ चैप्टर। तो क्या होगा एट द टाइम ऑफ द सबमिशन, व्हेनेवर आपको जब भी 2 या 3 साल बाद आप भी अपना पीएचडी सबमिट करोगे, आपका डिसर्टेशन सबमिट करोगे, तो आपके पास में कौन सा कंटेंट आपने कहाँ से कलेक्ट किया है, कहाँ से डाउनलोड किया है, वो आपके पास इजीली अवेलेबल होगा। एट दैट टाइम जो आपका जो रेफरेंसिंग स्किल है, आपका जो रेफरेंस, उसको अप्रोप्रिएट रेफरेंस पुट करना रखना है, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन वर्क आपका प्रॉपर है, तो इज माय कंसर्न रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट क्या मतलब जो रिसर्च जो प्लेगरिज्म है कहीं ना कहीं उसका अवॉइड कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज इन अ प्लेगरिज्म पॉलिसी, in a research misconduct, in a research ethics, the most important thing is to avoid plagiarism, to avoid research misconduct, to citation of the actual resources. आप रिसर्च कर रहे हो तो आपने जहां से भी कंटेंट लिया है उसको जो एक्चुअल रिसोर्सेज है उसको साइटेशन करना, उसको एक्नॉलेज करना, उसको क्रेडिट देना इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है। इन द फ्यूचर अगर आपका रिसर्च कहीं कोर्ट केस में हो, कहीं चला जाता है, तो अगर आपने उसको प्रॉपर रेफरेंसिंग किया, प्रॉपर साइटेशन मेंशन किया, प्रॉपर क्रेडिटिंग है, तो 100% मैं यहाँ ऐसे 3-4 कमिटी में रह चुका हूँ जहाँ रेफरेंस जो अप्रोप्रिएटली मेंशन किया, तो डेफिनेटली आप कहीं ना कहीं ये रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट या प्लेगरिज्म में से आपको एक्सक्लूजन हो सकता है, आप उसमें से निकल सकते हैं। टाइम मैनेजमेंट ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग है, और अगर एज ए रिसर्चर्स, एज ए प्रोफेशनल आप डे टू डे अपने रिसर्च को टाइम दोगे तो 100% लास्ट में सबमिशन में डेटा कहाँ से कलेक्ट करना है, इंफॉर्मेशन कहाँ से कलेक्ट करनी है, वो प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं क्रिएट होंगे, और जो रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट और प्लेगरिज्म जैसे जो फैक्टर्स है उससे आप एक्सक्लूजन हो सकते हो। आईसीटी इज द मोस्ट फैक्टर जो मैंने अर्लियर डिस्कस किया। लेजीनेस ये भी एक फैक्टर्स है रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट का। और समटाइम जैसे हम कहीं कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं ना, तो ऐसा होता है कि नोबडी विल फाइंड आउट, मतलब कोई नहीं देख रहा। इज माय कंसर्न विद द होनेस्टी, विद द इथिकल इश्यू। नेचर ऑफ लॉ इज equal for all, either education, either social, either any other factors. अगर आपने कहीं ना कहीं से कुछ कट कॉपी पेस्ट किया, डेफिनेटली इन द फ्यूचर उसको उसका मतलब एज ए शॉर्ट टाइम आपको लगेगा कि आपने कट कॉपी पेस्ट किया, पर इन फ्यूचर व्हेन अगर जहाँ कॉम्पिटिशन आएगी, जहाँ प्रोग्रेस आएगा, कहीं ना कहीं आपको ये जो आपने कट कॉपी पेस्ट किया वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको इफेक्टेड रहेगा. So types of the plagiarisms and types of the misconduct is a complete plagiarisms, a piece copied entirely from one and more source. एक जगह से उठाया, either it is concerned with the authorship, it is concerned with the publication, it is concerned with the research area. पूरा control completely cut, copy and paste. Then the another types of research misconduct and plagiarism is cut and paste, partially cut and paste one and more sources. The another types of research misconduct and plagiarisms are word switch. If you copy sentence and paragraph into your assignment and change a few words, it will still be considered to be plagiarism. आपने कोई definitions लिया और उसको word switch कर दिया, and if somebody will challenge in the future with your competent authority, that will be considered as a plagiarism. Self-plagiarism means our own publications, our previously published own publications. आपने कोई एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में कोई समथिंग एक पेपर पब्लिश कर दिया, कोई आर्टिकल पब्लिश कर दिया, तो आप उसी को ही मतलब मैनिपुलेट करके उसी को एडिट अपडेट करके आप कहीं पब्लिश कर रहे हो. तो व्हेनेवर यू विल बी पब्लिश्ड इन एनी जर्नल्स, एनी रिसर्च एरिया, आपको प्रॉपर्ली मेंशन करना है कि ये प्रीवियसली पब्लिश्ड है with some changes, with some data modification, with some added information, इसको रीपब्लिश किया जा रहा है. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं सेल्फ प्लेगियरिज्म की जो डेफिनेशन है उसमें से एक्सक्लूड किया जाएगा. तो सेल्फ प्लेगियरिज्म मींस व्हेन you use your previously written work or a data in new assignment and do not reference it appropriately. रेफरेंस को उसको appropriately even as part of the research, आपको 2 या 3 पब्लिकेशन जो आप पब्लिश कर रहे हो, आइदर जर्नल से, आइदर आर्टिकल से, वो भी आपको अपने बिब्लियोग्राफी में अप्रोप्रिएटली रेफरेंस करना है. आपको जो अपना एक्नॉलेजमेंट है उसमें भी उसको मेंशन करना है. इंट्रोडक्टरी जो पेजेस है तो उसमें भी आपको कहीं ना कहीं मेंशन करना है पैराग्राफ में. सो मतलब दो सो एंड सो रिसर्च पब्लिकेशंस इज पब्लिश्ड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द रिसर्च. तो कहीं ना कहीं उसको सेल्फ प्लेगियरिज्म में से एक्सक्लूड किया जा सकता है. एंड अनदर वे वी कैन आल्सो क्लोन द टाइप ऑफ प्लेगियरिज्म इज इंटेंशनली. आप इंटेंशनली कॉपी और पेस्ट कर रहे हो. आपको पता है व्हेनेवर दो फ्रेंड्स हैं साथ में रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, वन इज अ वेरी क्लेवर एंड वन इज मतलब उनका जो लेवल है वो समथिंग जो क्लेवर स्टूडेंट्स है जो उनके बराबर नहीं है, लेकिन दोनों साथ में रिसर्च कर रहे हैं. और फर्स्टली जो अपना जो डेटा है, अपना रिसर्च है, जो जिनका पास इतना स्किल्स नहीं है वो पब्लिश कर देता है. तो जो क्लेवर जो स्टूडेंट्स है उसको कहीं ना कहीं ये लॉस्ट होता है. तो इंटेंशनली कहीं ना कहीं और अनइंटेंशनली, उसको अनइंटेंशनली यानी हमको कोई इंटेंशन नहीं होता, कहीं से हमने कॉपी पेस्ट किया लेकिन उसको प्रॉपर अप्रोप्रिएट नहीं किया. तो ऐसे the another 2 types of plagiarism and research misconduct is intentionally and unintentionally. So how to avoid research misconduct and plagiarisms? So avoided plagiarism is quite simple. The best method for avoiding it is simply to be honest. When you have used a source in your paper, give proper acknowledgement, give proper credit where it is due. Acknowledge the author of the original work you have used and use a proper method as per your university and a supervisor guidance, like any referencing method like APA, MLA, Chicago, our style and Indian standard for information documentation. आपको रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट है, रिसर्च जो इथिक्स है, प्लेगियरिज्म, ये सारे टर्मिनोलॉजी के कंसर्न में अगर प्लेगियरिज्म से रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट को से आपको निकलना है, आपको एक्सप्लोर करना है, तो जो भी रिसोर्सेस है और आप ट्राई कीजिए फॉर टू रीच मैन रिसोर्सेस, एक्चुअल रिसोर्सेस. जैसे कुछ थीसिस में से हमने बिब्लियोग्राफी में से कुछ बुक्स के नाम लिए, कुछ जर्नल्स का नाम लिए और हमने हमारे बिब्लियोग्राफी और हमारे रिसर्च में हमने लिख दिए। ऐसा जनरली होता है। 12 स्टूडेंट
Sir, your video and audio is paused.
तो कुछ few good rules to avoid plagiarism and research misconduct are: अपने रिसर्च को सफिशिएंट टाइम दीजिए, पूरे कंसेप्ट को। आप रिसर्चर्स हो तो फर्स्टली यू मतलब आप जो अपना कंसेप्ट है, अपना टाइटल्स है, वो होल कंसेप्ट को एनालाइज कीजिए, उसका डेप्थ में जाने का मतलब पूरा एफर्ट कीजिए। उसके बाद जो प्रीवियसली पब्लिश्ड है उसी को लेके अपने जो न्यू आइडियाज है, अपने जो ओन वर्ड्स है, अपना जो इंटेलेक्चुअल थॉट्स है, उसके साथ में आप लिखना शुरू। अवॉइड कॉपी एंड पेस्ट। कॉपी एंड पेस्ट 100% अवॉइड आपको करना है। ऑलवेज यूज फ्यू अप्रोप्रिएट एंड एक्चुअल सोर्सेज, जो मैंने अर्लियर भी बताया कि आपको हो सके तो एक्चुअल सोर्सेज जाना है। लर्न हाउ एंड व्हेन कोट एंड आल्सो अवॉइड पेज वर्क। ऑलवेज साइट न्यू एंड इन अ डाउट, नॉट इन अ कॉमन लैंग्वेज। फॉलो द ऑथर्स गाइडलाइन। मतलब ये पर्टिकुलर जर्नल्स के संदर्भ में, लेकिन आप जो एमराल्ड है, सेज पब्लिकेशन है, या आपके जितने भी मतलब जो यूजीसी कैर के जर्नल्स है या यूजीसी कैर के सिवा के कुछ जर्नल्स है, ऑथर गाइडलाइन है, उसको कैसे लिखना है, लाइन टू लाइन लिखना है, पैराग्राफ कैसे लिखना है, ऑब्जेक्टिव स्टेटमेंट मेथोडोलॉजी कैसे, ऑथर्स की जो गाइडलाइन है उसको प्रॉपर्ली आपको फॉलो करना है। रेफरेंस को एक्चुअली मतलब प्रॉपर्ली उसको मेंशन करना है। एंड ऑलवेज नॉलेज एंड गिव सफिशिएंट क्रेडिट टू ओरिजिनल सोर्स, जो अर्लियर मैंने बताया। अगर रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट आप करते हो और कहीं ना कहीं वो उसको कहीं ना कहीं चैलेंजेस होता है, कोई ना कोई उसको मतलब उसको चैलेंज करता है या उसकी कंप्लेंट के स्वरूप में कहीं ना कहीं होता है, तो क्या हो सकता है, इसके जो कॉन्सिक्वेंस है, डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शंस आ सकते हैं, डैमेज रेपुटेशन हो सकती है, सस्पेंशन आ सकता है और लो ग्रेड पोजीशन में भी जा सकते हैं। ये सारे क्लोज कहीं ना कहीं मतलब यूजीसी पॉलिसी में मतलब जो ऑथरशिप के बारे में है या पब्लिकेशंस के बारे में मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं कुछ डिसिप्लिन एक्शंस आ सकते हैं। व्हेन हम रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट या रिसर्च एथिक्स की बात करते हैं, तो मेरा एक ये आपके साथ में ओपनली एक डिस्कशन करता हूँ, ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स कब होते हैं? प्लेगियरिज्म या रिसर्च एथिक्स, जैसे आपको इंस्टीट्यूट में काम कर रहे हो, एक साथ में दो लोग एक साथ में ज्वाइन हुए एज ए असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर या एज ए असिस्टेंट लाइब्रेरियन या एज ए असिस्टेंट सो एंड सो पोजीशंस। आप दोनों ही मतलब वेरी क्लोज कलीग हो, साथ में रिसर्च किया है, देन द टाइम विल द कमिंग ऑफ प्रमोशंस या कुछ पोस्टिंग आ रहा है और आपको पता है कि आपके कलीग ने ये जो रिसर्च किया है वो कहीं ना कहीं कॉपी पेस्ट है, देन दैट टाइम ये सारे क्वेश्चंस कहीं ना कहीं वही खड़े होते हैं, या तो फिर आपका कहीं ना कहीं कुछ अथॉरिटी के साथ या कहीं ना कहीं आपका मतलब कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होता है, दैट टाइम मतलब ये रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, रिसर्च एथिक्स, प्लेगियरिज्म, ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स इंस्टीट्यूट में क्रिएट होते हैं। ये मेरा पर्सनल मतलब जो मेरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन है ड्यूरिंग द 14 ईयर्स एंड ड्यूरिंग द 7 ईयर, मैंने 7 साल मैंने एंटी प्लेगियरिज्म जो यहाँ के मतलब जो शोध सिद्धि कोऑर्डिनेटर है मैंने वर्क किया है, तो ये प्रॉब्लम्स कहीं ना कहीं वैसे क्रिएट होते हैं, अदरवाइज ये प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट नहीं होते। तो ये सारे कॉन्सिक्वेंस है, हो सकते हैं। इवन मैंने एक दूसरी यूनिवर्सिटी में भी मैंने अभी एक एडवाइजरी कमेटी में था, तो वहीं पे कॉपी पेस्ट पर डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन हुआ था और जो जो फैकल्टी थे वो कहीं ना कहीं उनको सस्पेंशन तक मतलब उसके जो एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल उन्होंने डिसीजन लिया था। तो ये सारे डिसीजन हो सकते हैं। ये रेगुलेशंस है 2000 जैसे ये शुरुआत हुई थी 2009 से, इन द 2009 इम्प्लीमेंट ने गैजेट पब्लिश किया था, मतलब जो यूजीसी का, उसमें था कि सारे थीसिस ऑनलाइन अपलोड करने हैं, सीडी में जमा सबमिट करवाना है, एंटी प्लेगरिज्म चेक करना है। 2009 से 2016 और मतलब ये 2009-10 यानी 7 या 8 साल के बाद के मतलब कॉन्क्रीट कुछ एक पॉलिसी जो पब्लिश हुई वो 31 जुलाई 2018 रिसर्च या वो कंसर्न विद द रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी, कंसर्न विद द एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी, कंसर्न विद द रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, ये सारी मतलब पूरी पॉलिसी 31 अभी भी इसमें डे बाय डे जैसे कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं आप देखोगे कि व्हेनेवर या उरकुंड हो या टर्निटिन हो या कहीं ना कहीं तो सिमिलरिटी कॉमन सिमिलरिटी कहीं ना कहीं मैच होती है, जो उसको प्लेगरिज्म नहीं कहा जा सकता लेकिन उसको एक्सक्लूड कैसे करना, उसको मिनिटाइज कैसे करना, ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहा है। तो इसमें भी फर्दर रिसर्च होगा और कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स नए आएंगे। तो दिस आर द यूजीसी रेगुलेशंस ऑफ प्रमोशन ऑफ एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी, द प्रिवेंशन ऑफ प्लेगरिज्म इन हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस। ये स्क्रीनशॉट है। जो ये कुछ ड्यूटीज है इन कंसर्न टू रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट ऑफ एचई हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस शुड एस्टैब्लिश ए मैकेनिज्म, प्रॉपर एक मैकेनिज्म उनको एस्टैब्लिश करना है। 2 टाइप की कमिटी है जो मैं आगे डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ, इन कंसर्न विद द प्लेगरिज्म और कंसर्न विद द रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट। सो ये कुछ बेसिक क्लोज है जो मैं यहाँ डिस्कस करूंगा और वो बेसिक कंसर्न विद द रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट। द फर्स्ट वन इज 3.1 to create awareness about the responsible conduct of research thesis, dissertation, promotion of research integrity, and the prevention of the misconduct, including the plagiarism in academic writing among students, faculty, researchers, and staff. ये जो पहला क्लोज है उसको आप डिटेलिंग में एनालाइज कीजिए। इसमें स्टाफ से लेके स्टूडेंट्स के लेके फैकल्टी को लेके सभी को ये जो प्रोविजंस है, ये जो जोगवाई है उसके साथ में इंक्लूड कर दिया गया है। यानी आप यूजी लेवल से लेके आपको रिसर्च लेवल तक, और मैं तो इसको कंसिडर करता हूँ एज ए प्राइमरी लेवल से लेके, क्योंकि देखो हम क्या होता है कि मैं यहाँ एक एग्जांपल के साथ में फिर आगे बात करूंगा। ये रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी कहाँ से शुरू होता है? हम हमारे घर से शुरुआत करते हैं। और मेरे घर में मेरी लड़की है छोटी, तो स्कूल में से कोई प्रोजेक्ट दिया कि आपको पर्टिकुलर कोई फ्रीडम फाइटर्स के ऊपर लिखना है, तो हम सिंपली हम क्या करेंगे, उसको मोबाइल दे देंगे। और ड्यूरिंग द 2 years ऑफ द कोविड मोबाइल एजुकेशन आया, ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन आया, तो बच्चे क्या करेंगे, सिंपली गूगल में सर्च करेंगे या विकीज में सर्च करेंगे। सो हैबिट है ना, प्राइमरी लेवल से शुरू होती है, मतलब जो बेसिक जो पिलर होता है वहीं से ये रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, वहीं से प्लेगरिज्म की शुरुआत हो जाती है। एट द टाइम मतलब फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड, 12th, देन ग्रेजुएशन, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन। सो ये एक हैबिचुअल हो जाता है कि शुरुआत कंटेंट इजीली अवेलेबल हो जाएगा, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये रिसर्च जो मिसकंडक्ट है, प्लेगरिज्म, उसको इंक्रीज होता है वहीं ना कहीं। तो हमको एज ए सिटीजन, एज ए एकेडमिशियन, शुरुआत से ही मतलब जो बच्चे हैं, शुरुआत से ही मतलब जो एंड यूजर्स है, उनको ये रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट और प्लेगरिज्म वहीं से हमको उसको रिस्ट्रिक्टेड करना है, वहीं से उनको स्टॉप करना है। दूसरा है ये मैकेनिज्म के बारे में एक प्रोविजंस है। सो एक प्रॉपर मैकेनिज्म सेट करना है। और द थर्ड वन है टू डेवलप सिस्टम डिटेक्ट प्लेगरिज्म। वो यूजीसी ने ऑलरेडी उनको दिया है और सो मेनी यूनिवर्सिटी को टर्निटिन यूज कर रहा है और एनी अदर काफी ओपन सोर्स सॉफ्टवेयर है जो यूज हो रहा है। तो दूसरा एक पार्ट है इसका जो इम्पोर्टेंट है, पॉलिसी का अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम। ये वर्कशॉप हो रहा है ना, ये वर्कशॉप क्या है, रमाकांत जी जो ये वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं ना, ये पॉलिसी के एज पर द पॉलिसी, एज पर द गैजेट, जो सेंसिटाइजेशन ऑफ सेमिनार्स, अवेयरनेस ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स, ये वर्कशॉप वही है जो स्टूडेंट्स है, जो रिसर्चर्स है, जो फैकल्टी है, जो भी एंड यूजर्स है, जितने भी प्रोफेशनल साथ में जुड़े हैं, उनको कहीं ना कहीं वो रिसर्च इथिक्स और रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी के बारे में मतलब ये वर्कशॉप के बाद में एटलीस्ट रिसर्चर्स या जो प्रोफेशनल्स है उनको मतलब आइडिया आ जाएगा कि हमको हमारे रिसर्च में क्या करना है, हम जो सुपरवाइजरी कर रहे हैं तो हमको आगे कैसे गाइड करना है। तो ये बहुत जरूरी है ऐसे अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम करना। माय हार्टेस्ट कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू रमाकांत, उन्होंने जितने भी लोग साथ इसके साथ में जो प्रोफेशनल जुड़े और सभी को मैं ये कांग्रेचुलेट कहता हूँ कि ऐसे प्रोग्राम में मतलब पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए, ताकि हम हमारे बाद में हमारी जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है उनके साथ जो हम ये इंफॉर्मेशन हम उसको डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। ये अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम के बारे में है, ये इंस्टीट्यूट क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग कार्डियल प्रिंसिपल। देखो यहाँ पे बताया है, ये मेरे जहाँ कर्सर है, यूजी लेवल, यूजी को भी कंसीडर कर दिया है, पीजी लेवल, मास्टर डिग्री इन कंपलसरी कोर्स वर्क मॉड्यूल, मतलब ये अप टू यूजी तो अप टू रिसर्च लेवल तक ये अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम और ट्रेनिंग कंडक्ट करनी है। देन मैं सिमिलरिटी चेक एक्सक्लूजन फॉर द प्लेगियरिज्म, उसमें जो सिमिलरिटी में जो प्रोविजन उसको एक्सक्लूड कौन सा किया जाता है उसकी जो डिटेल्स है, all quoted work reproduced with all necessary permission and attributions, all references, bibliography, table of content, preface and acknowledgement, जो exclusion का provisions है, and all generic terms, law, standard, symbols, because जो laws है, जो terminology, जो standard, जो symbols है, वो पहले भी वही थे और आगे भी वही रहेंगे, तो ये सारे को exclusion का provisions है। ये कुछ लेवल्स है जो रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट और प्लेगियरिज्म के कंसर्न में, जिसमें सिमिलरिटी अप टू 10%, नो पेनल्टी है, सिमिलरिटी अप टू 10 to 40%, उसको विद इन 6 मंथ रिप्रेजेंट या रिप्रोड्यूस करने की परमिशन है। सिमिलरिटी अबव 40 to 60% उनको विद इन 1 year है। इन लेवल 3 सिमिलरिटी अबव 60%, तो वहाँ गाइडशिप भी कैंसिल हो सकती है और रजिस्ट्रेशन भी कैंसिल हो सकता है। ये सारे क्लोज और पेनल्टी ये उसमें एंटी प्लेगियरिज्म पॉलिसी में रखी गई है। 2 पैनल्स इसमें बना लिए हर एक को, इधर वो कॉलेज है इधर वो यूनिवर्सिटी है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इज डिपार्टमेंटल एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी पैनल, DEIP, उसमें 3 मेंबर्स होते हैं, 3 members, one is the head of the department or principals and whatever, senior academician from outside of the department, आप अपने नियर बाय के कॉलेज से जो एकेडमिशियन है, सीनियर पर्सन, उनको आप उसको इनवाइट कर सकते हो। मेंबर पर्सन वेल वर्स्ड द एंटी प्लेगियरिज्म रूल्स, यूनिवर्सिटी में जो शोध शुद्धि कोऑर्डिनेटर है उनको आप इनवाइट कर सकते हो, या जो भी पर्सन है जो एंटी प्लेगियरिज्म या रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट से सारे टूल के साथ कनेक्टेड है, उनको आप इनवाइट कर सकते हो। प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ नेचर जस्टिस एंड एक्सेस द लेवल ऑफ प्लेगियरिज्म विद इन 6 months, विद इन 1 year, जितनी बार भी ये कमेटी मिलती है वो कमेटी फाइनलाइज करेगी जो रिसर्च पब्लिश हो रहा है उसमें से कौन सा इंटेलेक्चुअल है और कौन सा इंटेलेक्चुअल नहीं है, तो उनको आगे फर्दर क्या करना है। रिपोर्ट इन 45 days टू IAAP, उनको जो दूसरी कमेटी है इंस्टीट्यूशनल एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी, उनको रिपोर्ट करना है। और वहाँ कौन है, वहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल का स्ट्रक्चर है। 4 members, chairman is the pro vice chancellor, either vice chancellor, dean, senior academician, another members from senior academician other than chairman, as मतलब आप कोई भी एक सीनियर एकेडमिशियन को इनवाइट कर सकते हो। मेंबर्स फ्रॉम आउटसाइड HE, उसको इनवाइट कर सकते हो। मेंबर पर्सन वेल वेस्ड विद एंटी प्लेगियरिज्म टूल्स, डिसीजन मेकिंग, जो सारी मतलब जो प्रपोजल्स है, जो सारे क्लेम्स है जो DIP से आते हैं, वो सारे IAP में जाते हैं। उसके बाद रिव्यू होता है एंड देन रिपोर्ट टू हेड ऑफ द HE विद इन 45 days एंड फाइनल एंड बाइंडिंग द डिसीजंस। तो ये सारी पैनल्स एंड प्रोविजंस है। ये कुछ पेनल्टी के बारे में, तो इम्पोज ऑन द स्टूडेंट परस्यूइंग स्टडीज एट द लेवल ऑफ द मास्टर्स एंड रिसर्च प्रोग्राम ऑन द रिसर्चर्स, फैकल्टी, स्टाफ, only after academic misconduct on the part of the individual has been established without doubt, when all avenues and appeal have been executed, individual in their questions has been provided enough opportunity to defend himself। मतलब अगर वो फाइनलाइज होता है रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, तो उनको उनकी ओर से डिफेंड करने के लिए पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है, इनफ अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड दी जाती है कमिटी में। उसके बाद पेनल्टी फाइनलाइज होती है। सो ऑथरशिप, पब्लिकेशंस वाइज जो रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट है वो कहाँ उसका पेनल्टी मतलब हो सकती है। Even level up to 10% in a thesis and dissertation, no penalty. In a academic research publication, in a journal publication, in article publications, in a review publications, no penalty. Level 10 to 40%, revise script within 6 months. आपको 6 month के अंदर उसको रिवाइज करना है, अगेन उसको रिपब्लिश करना है कमिटी का। And academic and research publications point of view, विड्रॉल द मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट, वो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट को आपको विड्रॉल कर लेना है। लेवल 40 to 60%, उसमें क्या है कि आपको 1 साल का पीरियड दिया जा सकता है और उसका आपको अगेन रीसबमिट करना है। इन academic research and publication as a authorship, as a contributorship, as a publication wise, withdraw the manuscript, denied the rights of 1 annual increment. आप फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हो, आप कहीं ना कहीं हो, तो आपका जो एनुअल इंक्रीमेंट है उनको डिनाइड हो सकता है। नॉट बी अलाउड एज ए सुपरवाइजर ऑफ एनी मास्टर एंड एमफिल, मास्टर एमफिल में एज ए सुपरवाइजर को भी आपको रिस्ट्रिक्टेड किया जा सकता है। एंड जो पीएचडी स्टूडेंट स्कॉलरशिप फॉर 2 years, लेवल 3 में अप टू 60% स्टूडेंट रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर द प्रोग्राम शैल बी कैंसल, आपका रजिस्ट्रेशन है वो कैंसिल हो सकता है। एंड academic, public and research point of view, withdraw the manuscript, denied the 2 increment, पहले में था 1 इंक्रीमेंट, यहाँ 2 इंक्रीमेंट, और यहाँ जो प्रोविजन है एज ए सुपरवाइजर आपको 3 साल के लिए आपको टर्मिनेट किया जा सकता है। तो ये सारे क्लोज थीसिस एंड पब्लिकेशंस के कंसर्न में हमारी जो पॉलिसी है उसमें ये प्रोविजन किया गया है। जो मैंने बताया कि ड्यूरिंग द कोविड ये सेल्फ प्लेगरिज्म की पॉलिसी जो पब्लिश हुई थी 20 अप्रैल 2020 को, उसमें भी यही चीज मेंशन है, रिप्रोडक्शन इन अ पार्ट और होल वंस प्रीवियसली पब्लिश्ड। तो ये सारे पॉइंट है आपको मेंशन करने हैं, आपको उसको नॉलेज में रखना है और अपना जो पब्लिकेशन है उसको रिप्रोड्यूस करना है। एंड मैं डिस्कस करूंगा रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट के रिगार्डिंग फेयर यूज। ये एज ए लाइब्रेरी प्रोफेशनल, एज ए एकेडमिशियन, एज ए इन एजुकेशन सेक्टर, हम सभी को फेयर यूज के प्रोविजन के बारे में जानना जरूरी है। बिकॉज ये रिसर्च इथिक्स, रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी, रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट, ये सारे जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है रिसेंटली डे बाय डे इसमें रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, काफी सारे अमेंडमेंट इसके अंदर आएंगे। तो जब हम एकेडमिक सेक्टर में हम वर्क कर रहे हैं, जब एकेडमिक सेक्टर में हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो फेयर यूज का प्रोविजन है वो जानना बहुत जरूरी है। तो फेयर यूज मीन्स fair use, a fair dealing with literary, dramatic, musical and artistic work, the purpose of research and private study, criticism or review, whether of the work of any other work. And in the B, a fair dealing with the literary, dramatic, musical and artistic work for the purpose of reporting current events in a newspaper, magazine, similar periodicals, by broadcast in cinematographic films, by means photographs. अगर आप एजुकेशन पर्पज से, नॉट ए कॉमर्शियल पर्पस, कुछ जो कंटेंट प्रीवियसली पब्लिश्ड हुआ है, कुछ कंटेंट जो अभी पब्लिश्ड हो रहा है, कुछ कंटेंट जो वेब पर अवेलेबल है, उसको आप अपने रिसर्च में, अपने पब्लिकेशन में कहीं ना कहीं यूज करते हो और उसको एज पार्ट ऑफ द रिसर्च कहीं ना कहीं एक्नॉलेजमेंट में आपको ये मेंशन करना है कि सो एंड सो कंटेंट जो मेरा रिसर्च है, मेरा थीसिस है, पब्लिकेशन में मैंने एक्सेस किया, इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द एकेडमिक पर्पस। फेयर यूज, फेयर यूज, तो कहीं ना कहीं फ्यूचर में जब भी कोई प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होगा, देन डेफिनेटली ये फेयर यूज का जो सेक्शन 52(1) AI(1) का जो प्रोविजन है कॉपीराइट एक्ट का, आपको कहीं ना कहीं उससे एक्सक्लूजन या कहीं ना कहीं आपको डिफेंड करना होगा एट द टाइम ऑफ द पेनल्टी। तो आपको ये कहीं ना कहीं वेरी यूजफुल रहेगा। ये मैंने गूगल से लिया है और इसका मैंने रेफरेंस दिया है। तो पब्लिशर लॉस्ट कॉपीराइट केस अगेंस्ट द ड्यू फोटोकॉपी, ये दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में केस हुआ था। जो फैकल्टी स्टूडेंट्स के इंटरेस्ट में, एकेडमिक पर्पस के इंटरेस्ट में बुक्स की फोटोकॉपी करने के लिए दे रहे थे ड्यू दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के बाहर में। उसके बाद टेलर एंड फ्रांसिस ने ये केस किया था और एज ए फेयर यूज का जो मैंने आगे प्रोविजन, जो फैकल्टी का इंटेंशन था ओनली एंड ओनली एकेडमिक पर्पस, सो ये केस विड्रॉल हो गया और ये दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ये केस टेलर फ्रांसिस के सामने वो जीत गई थी। यहाँ पे मैंने ये सारा डिटेल मेंशन किया है, पीपीटी में आपको शेयर करूंगा कि नवंबर 2012 में इसको बैन किया था। और रामेश्वरी फोटोकॉपी सर्विस लोकेटेड इन नियर दिल्ली स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स एंड नॉर्थर्न कैंपस पोजीशंस मूव्ड बाय द पब्लिशर इंक्लूडिंग यूनिवर्सिटी प्रेस, कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी, टेलर फ्रांसिस, वहां से केस हुआ था। सो फेयर यूज का ही उन्होंने कुछ जो फेयर यूज का क्लोज लेके डिफेंड किया और वो यूनिवर्सिटी ये केस जीत गई थी। देन ये कुछ प्लेगियरिज्म केसेस इन इंडिया, टोटल 127 जो पेपर्स है उसका मैंने वहां पे मैंने नीचे उसको प्रॉपर साइट किया, 3/11/2019 को मैंने एक्सेस किया था। 127 पेपर्स थे एल्जेवियर में, एल्जेवियर के जो पब्लिकेशन थे वो डुप्लीकेशन और मैनिपुलेशन मिसकंडक्ट के रिगार्डिंग। सो ये कुछ रेफरेंसेस है जो मैंने एक्सेस किए हैं ये प्रेजेंटेशन में ड्यूरिंग द माय प्रेजेंटेशन। थोड़ा सा मैंने कल उसको एडिट और अपडेट किया और उसको वो भी मैंने यहाँ पे प्रॉपर एप्रोप्रिएट रेफरेंस रखे हुए हैं। सो हमको एक चीज याद रखनी है रिसर्च मिसकंडक्ट के रिगार्डिंग, व्हेन वी आर एकेडमिशियन, वी आर रिसर्चर्स, वी आर स्टूडेंट, हमको कुछ भी कॉपी और पेस्ट नहीं करना। हॉनेस्टली अगर जो भी रिसर्च जो भी कंटेंट हम उसको यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं उसको हमको प्रॉपर एप्रोप्रिएट उसको रेफरेंस देना। So this is the end of my presentation. My again sincere thanks to Ramakant and the respective principal sirs and all the participants जो आप मतलब साथ में जुड़े, and I will try my level best to my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. And on behalf of CKT College, I wholeheartedly thanking you for being with us and deliver such a nice talk. One more thing I would like to share about the sir, that is in a single academic year, one library, how many activities we can conduct. Sir has conducted more than 300 activities, and those are not limited only the library. Those are out of the campus also. Those are not limited to the library campus. It is in the Gujarat University and out of the university campus also. Sir has conducted so many activities regarding this library services, library facilities available at the for the students at the university level. So thank you so much from our college, sir. And now I would like to request to propose vote of thanks to Papinder Negi madam, who is a research scholar from Gujarat University only in Department of Library Information Science. Madam, please proceed further.
Yeah, thank you, Ramakant sir. Good afternoon, one and all. Honorable Principal, CKT Arts, Commerce, Science College, IQAC Coordinator and Librarian, our most valued invited guests, faculty, staff, students, and researchers. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of CKT Arts, Commerce, Science College, Internal Quality Assurance Cell and Library, and the entire fraternity of faculty, library professionals, researchers, students, and all the supporting teams, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Yogesh Parekh for his time and efforts towards the research publication ethics topic. I must mention a deep sense of appreciation for the explanation on the interesting topics, falsification, fabrication, plagiarism, key factors for plagiarism, and the good rules on how to avoid plagiarism, the UGC regulations and the policy for minimum requirement for MPhil and PhD, and many more. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort level zones. A lot of efforts goes behind it, and Mr. Ramakant for his continuous correspondence, for the invitations, PPT, feedback, and the technical arrangements. I would like to thank once again to all the participants for being with us this afternoon, and it's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much. So now all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form on attendance link that is shared with you in WhatsApp group also and in Zoom also. Zoom chat box, please check. So now we will start with our session, next session, that is we have scheduled already. It's now 12:40. So up to 1:30, we are going to have this session, that is group discussion. And for that group discussion, I will call the names according to your registration. And one by one, you will have only 2 minutes times. And that 2 minute time, you have to finish your discussion. Discussion is completely based on your own topic, that is related to our theme, that is research and publication ethics. So accordingly, I will call the name one by one, and you have to switch on your mic and video So I will going to have some screenshot also and recording also simultaneously going on. Okay. So first I would like to call research scholar Mr. Rohan Yadav. Rohan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay.
Tell me about your topic also and your name first, then go ahead.
Okay. My name is Rohan Yadav, and my today's topic is steps to avoid plagiarism. Okay, so how can we avoid plagiarism? There are certain steps or points which I want to discuss today to how to avoid plagiarism. Okay, so the first step will be what is plagiarism? To understand the plagiarism thoroughly. And what is meant by plagiarism? It is the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and acknowledging them as your own work, right? The next point is make sure you use the proper citation. There are various type of references available, like the Harvard, as the sir told, Harvard referencing, Chicago referencing, MLA, APA, and to use the proper in-text citation, bibliography, and the citations. There are various differences between in-text citations, bibliography, and citations too. So you have to understand that also. The third point will be something we have to paraphrase whatever we are copying properly. Okay, so just not to copy or paste things, try to paraphrase them in your own words, like active to passive, but you have to give a proper references to it. Okay, the fourth point will be the present your own ideas, like mostly try to give or try to use your own ideas and try to explain them in your own perspective. If you are taking a certain point, try to explain them in your own perspective. But and the last one is start early. As sir told, if someone is doing the same topic as you have to start your research as early as possible to avoid plagiarism. Because if he submits the idea or the presentation in his name or in her name, then there will be some sort of plagiarism for you guys. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rohan. Thank you so much. So next is, if there is any query or if there is a question, you can ask to the Rohan. If it is not there, so I will move forward. Okay. So I will call next research scholar, Shravani Mandalkar, madam. Madam, are you there? Shravani, madam.
Yes, sir, I'm there. I'm there.
Yeah, please switch on your video also, so I will have the one screenshot.
Sir, yes.
Please mute other devices. So it's yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. First, your topic name and your name.
Yes. So, very good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for providing us the platform for sharing our ideas and views via this group discussion. So, myself, Mrs. Shravani Mandalkar, a research scholar, and today's topic for group discussion is publication ethics. So, as in the morning, we had a very good session on publication ethics presented by Savita Sukumar ma'am, and she only had motivated me to select the same topic for group discussion. So basically, publication ethics includes the two terms, according to me. The first one is what is publication, and the second one is what is ethics. So publication is nothing but it provides a communication channel for researcher within their field. And ethics, as we all know, ethics is nothing but a code of conduct. So togetherly, we can say publication ethics is the principles and standards which are associated with the process of publishing the results of scientific research or a scholarly work in general. So publication ethics are nothing but the rule of conduct generally agreed upon when the publishing results of scientific research or other scholarly work.
You are muted, ma'am. You are muted. Yes.
You can decide this code of conduct, or you can say the best practice guidelines under publication ethics. There is one committee on publication ethics. It is an international forum for editors, for publishers, of peer-reviewed journals that provides the code of conduct and best practice guidelines that defines the publication ethics. And they only advises the editors on how to handle the cases of research and publication misconduct. So what is the importance of this publication ethics in research as the publication ethics have to be followed? So what is the important? There are several reasons. We can say the importance is the first one, the norms to promote the aims of research, such as knowledge, truth, and the avoidance of errors. So we have to, the publisher has to follow all the publication ethics while publishing the content or the publishing the data which is available with them. So what is a good publication ethics? The good publication ethics, the basic one, I must say that the transparency. So the transparency is very important. The transparency is very important in publication ethics. The sources of funding for research or publication should always be disclosed. So transparency we can see in the form of the funding way. So whichever sources are available for funding for research or publication, that should be disclosed by a researcher in his or her work. Then editors should state that directly in their editorial policy. Authors should routinely include the information about research funding in all the papers they prepare for publication. So I can say that the publication, there is one publication ethics checklist which is to be followed, and it starts with approval and consent. Do you have any approval about your approval from your relevant regulatory authority? Second, we can say that data accuracy, falsification, and fabrication. So is there any manipulation of material, equipment, process, or data? Next, we can say plagiarism and self-plagiarism. So from last 1 hour, we are listening, we are hearing the same term, that is the plagiarism and self-plagiarism. So that should not be done. Then is there any submission through fraud? So is there any fraud happened in the submission? Then the ethics of the authorship should also be followed in this publication ethics. And the last but not the least, that is conflict of interest. So there should not be any conflicts of interest. So the interest and the relationship that could be seen as influencing your findings in the research work. So at the end, I must say that I would say a good research will be the good one if you give credit to those whose idea you have included in your research. So here I'm concluding my speech. You can say the topic about my group discussion, that is publication ethics. Thank you, Nagore sir. Thank you, one and all present over here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'll move forward. Please note that we have only 3 to 4 minutes, not more than that. We have to finish it within the 2 to 3 minutes. I know that they are very short period of time, but we have the number of participants. We have to finish it before the lunch. So next is Nilima Tidar, madam, research scholar, microbiology.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for providing us the platform for sharing our views and ideas via the way of group discussion. The topic which I'm going to discuss with you all today is plagiarism. The earlier resource person, Honorable Yogesh Parikh sir, has already given a brief idea regarding plagiarism, but I'll be just try to overview regarding it. So starting with my topic has been placed into 3 or 4 points. That is the definition of plagiarism, the conditions where we can say that plagiarism has already happened, and by which particular softwares you can go for carrying out the checking of plagiarism. So plagiarism is not a new thing. This is a word which has been copied, or which we can say that used from Latin times. That is plagiarist. It means actually denoting or stealing someone else's creative work. Now, when we can say that plagiarism has already happened, generally many a times it happens that we have unknowingly done the plagiarism, but many of the times it happens that we purposefully do it. So when we can identify that plagiarism has really happened in our research work. So it generally says that when we submit someone else's work as our own, or sometimes we paraphrase the topic and then rewrite in a publication is also one way we can say that plagiarism has happened. Then we can say that while we use quotations, but we do not quote any citations for it, from what source we had taken it. So that time also we can say that plagiarism has already happened. Or we heavily rely on some other people's work and we fail to bring into the original thought into our test. Then also we can say that plagiarism has already happened. Now there are various softwares which have been available on free basis, as well as we can purchase it to carry out the checking of this plagiarism. Those softwares which are available in free form are the Inago plagiarism checker, Grammarly, Duplicate checker, the Pro writing aid. These are few of the free online available softwares which are already been freely available, and we can insert our data and we can check whether how much level of plagiarism it has been already happened. Now there are certain purchased software also, for example, Urkund, Turnitin, where you can purchase it and where you can check your level of plagiarism. Now, depending upon how much similarity your work has been there, accordingly, the levels of plagiarism has been decided. So level 0 is where your plagiarism is only up to 10%, level 1, which is 10 to 40%, level 2, 40 to 60%, and level 3, which is more than 60%. So to end up with, I would like to just give my concluding remarks that whenever a good research that you're performing, always it can be considered to be a good one. When you're citing the other, if you're quoted anyone's views, please go for citation or please cite it in your referencing as well as in your research work so as to avoid plagiarism. So thank you once again to the organizers and to all the other research scholars who have been present here for patiently listening my topic. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilima madam. I will move forward with next person, research scholar is Ajay Dhodi, who is doing his research in physics. Ajay Dhodi, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please switch on your camera also. Yeah, thank you. Please continue.
Good afternoon, sir, and all of you. My name is Ajay Yashwant Dhodi. I am a research scholar from KPP College, Vashi. Today's my topic for discussion is a citation. What is a citation? Citation is a reference to the source of the information used in the research, and it gives the credits to author whose work they are used and avoid the plagiarism, and also provide the support for their arguments and help to reader to find the more information on the subject. Every scholar journal use the specific format for the citation. There are different types of citations. The APA citation, APA means American Psychological Association. Next one is CMS, means Chicago Manual Style citation, and Modern Language Association, MLA. Then MHRA, Modern Humanity Research Association. This is the types of citations. In the APA, we use the format for APA in the text citation styles, use the author last name and the year of the publication publications. Means we use the citation in for reference. We use the author last name, just like if you use the last name, the field, this is the last name, and we use the directly the year is 2005. And in MLA means Modern Language Association citation example, we use the author last name and the page number of the page number for which the paragraphs is taken. Just like we use the field, this is the last name of the author, and we use the directly their page number like 100, 200 or something is this. And next one is the CMS, where CMS is author. We use the format for this is author last name, first name, title of the articles and publications, their month, date, year, and if they given the URL, then if applicable. This is a basic information of the citations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay sir. So I will move forward. Next is Hanat Sheikh, who is doing his research in business policy and administration.
Very good afternoon to one and all. The topic for my the group discussion is research ethics. The term ethics in research refers to a wide variety of values, norms, and institutional arrangements that help constitute and regulate scientific activities. Research ethics is a codification of scientific morality in practice. The guidelines for research ethics mainly cover research, but they also deal with the other related activities, which are the norms that constitute good scientific practice related to the quest for accuracy, adequate and relevant knowledge, academic freedom, originality, openness, norms that regulate the research community, the relationship to the people who take part in the research, and the relationship to the rest of the society. The research ethics are basic 11 research ethics. The first one is honesty. It must achieve the honesty in all research-related communications. The researcher must honestly present the information, data, results, research methods. Objectivity, partiality should be avoided, and it is recommended to avoid self-deception. Morality, the researcher must comply with the promises and agreements and be honest in seeking the sustainability of thoughts and actions. Prudence, the researchers must avoid carelessness, errors, and omissions. He should be proper planned research. Openness, the researcher must share the data, ideas, tools, resources, open to the criticisms and new ideas. He should have respect for intellectual property. The researcher must respect the patents, copyrights, and other forms of intellectual property rights. Unpublished research data properly, it is strictly forbidden for the researcher to plagiarize. Next is confidentiality. The investors must save the confidential information submitted in the research activity. There should be a responsible publication. They should publicize the research of the results for the sake of science and scientific research for the benefit of the research community. There should be responsible management, that it should help to educate students, guide and advise them for the well-being. Researchers should respect their colleagues. The researcher must respect his colleague and deal with them honestly. The social responsibility, the researcher must promote social welfare and try to avoid harm and reduce it. Public activities and advocacy activities. The researcher should be anti-discriminatory. They should not discriminate the students or colleagues on the basis of race, nationality, etc. The researcher should develop his competence, take measures to promote competence in research. Legitimacy, the researcher must have the knowledge of relevant laws, government policies, and comply with them. And last is security of the people involved in scientific research. Conducting research, one must try to minimize the damage and the risk and maximize the benefit towards the human dignity, privacy, and autonomy. That's all about the 11th principle of ethics.
Thank you, madam. So I will move forward with next is this research scholar from chemistry, Rahul Patil.
Good afternoon, everyone. My group discussion.
Switch on your video. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My research group discussion topic is the publication ethics. So publication ethics, that already morning session was completed, and ma'am has explained that all things of that publication ethics. So that ethics means what? The ethics means the philosophical study of moral values and rules. So publication ethics are rules of the conduct generally agreed upon when publishing results of the scientific research or other scholarly work. Okay, so it is generally standard upon that the protects intellectual. So intellectual means what? The result of creativity, such as the patents, etc. So it is that properly and forbids the republication of another work without proper credits. Okay, so it is also forbids the use of the plagiarism of another efforts, data and information publications published as original. It should be original must, or in fact it be original. So that is the publication of ethics. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rahul sir. Now I would like to request the research scholar from commerce in accountancy, Mr. Pravar Sharma.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Sir, my topic for the group discussion is philosophy, morality, and ethics in the research. Sir, philosophy was used to make the sense of the world by the reason. It deals with the human nature, ethics, and the moral dilemmas. It is also the deep understanding of the topic. The aim is not to change the world, but to know the reality of the topic under the discussion. Sir, philosophy can also be called as love of wisdom. It is made up of two words, philia and sophia. Now, in the ancient civilizations, there have been great philosophers. Like in the Greek civilization, there has been Aristotle, Pythagoras, Plato, Socrates. Then in the Egyptian civilization, Origen, Plotinus. Then coming to the Chinese civilization, there are great philosophers like Confucius, Lao, Mencius. And coming to our Indian, that is in Sanatan Hindu Dharma and Buddhist and Jain, there have been Adi Shankara, Panini, Patanjali, Gautam Buddha, Sangha, D.T. Suzuki, and so forth. Innumerable number of philosophers have been there. So now coming to the research part, the philosophy, ethics should be used in the research also. The researcher should be the honest, ethical, moral. He should be philosophical in his approach towards the research. He should display academic integrity and avoid the falsification. So in moral philosophy, we can say that it is further divided into the three categories. First one is the meta-ethics. Meta-ethics refers to the nature of ethical terms and concepts and understanding the assumptions behind the moral theories. Then we have the applied ethics. It is the branch of ethics which is devoted to the treatment of moral problems, practices, and policies in personal life and the profession. And finally comes the normative ethics, where it is the study of ethical behavior that investigates the question which arise regarding how to act in a moral sense. So whenever any researcher is doing his research, so he has to keep all these points into the consideration, that he should do the ethical work, he should do the moral work. Like starting from selection of his research problem, he should try to have the original research problem. Once after that, while doing the data collection and other things, he should be honest and do the full collection of the data, and going for the final data analysis and the data analysis. For that also, whatever statistical tools he is applying, he should learn it himself and try to apply it to the best possible way. Okay, sir. So with that, I will conclude my group discussion topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pravar sir. So I will move forward with research scholar from the chemistry, Mr. Amol Nikam. Amol Nikam, are you there? Amol Nikam is not there. Okay. Next is research scholar from again chemistry, Amol Pinjarkar. Amol Pinjarkar, sir. I think he is also not there. Research scholar from business policy and administration, Jyoti Panda.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Just a moment. Yes, ma'am. Continue.
So am I visible and audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. Sir, my name is Jyoti Udainath Panda, and I thank you for giving me.
Please switch on your video.
Sir, you can't see me?
Right now I'm able to see. Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on the topic of importance of research ethics. Research ethics are very important for a number of reasons. They promote the aim of research such as expanding knowledge. They support the values required for collaborative work such as mutual respect and fairness. This is essential because scientific research depends on collaboration between research and groups. They mean that researchers can be held accountable for their actions. Many researchers are supported by public money, and hence regulations on conflicts of interest, misconduct, and research involving human or animals are necessary to ensure that money is spent appropriately. Ethics can ensure that the public can trust the research. For people to support and fund research, they have to be confident in it. They support important social and moral values such as the principle of doing no harm to others. And given the importance of ethics for the conduct of research, it should come as no surprise that many different professional associations, government agencies, and universities have adopted specific codes, rules, and policies related to research ethics. Although codes, policies, and principles are very important and useful, like any set of rules, they do not cover every situation. They often conflict and they require considerable interpretation. It is therefore important for researchers to learn how to interpret, assess, and apply various research rules and how to make decisions and to act ethically in various situations. The vast majority of decisions involve the straightforward application of ethical rules. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam. Next is from chemistry only, Prabhakar Gaikwad, sir. Gaikwad, sir, are you there? Okay. Next is from chemistry only, Suraj Patil.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. I'm audible. Hello.
Just a moment. Please switch on your video also. Suraj Patil.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Ramakant, sir. So today topic of my discussion is principle of for good scientific conduct. Yesterday, Dr. Prabhanjan Mane, sir, Dr. Bhandare, sir, Dr. Geeta Gadvi, ma'am, and today, Dr. Yogesh Parekh, sir, wonderfully explained this terminology. What is scientific conduct? So principle for good scientific practice are all research carried out by various researchers should be of high quality and reliability. A part of conducting reliable research of high quality is compliance with the principle for good scientific practice. These principles are partly understood through description of unwanted behavior, defined as either scientific misconduct or questionable research practice, and partly through the guidelines for what behavior are wanted in connection with our research. So good scientific practice defined by three major principles. First one is honesty, transparency, and accountability. There is a six main aspect of good scientific research are research planning and conduct, how we are planning our research and how we are conducting our research. So data management and how we are utilizing this data for our research purpose, publication, communication. Fourth one is authorship. Fifth one is a collaborative research and conflict of interest. Failure to complete this principle for good practice may constitute a questionable research practice for a scientific, and it will lead to a scientific misconduct. So what is scientific misconduct? First of all, I will go through definition. Any breach of a commonly accepted standard for responsible conduct in research. That is, breaching of a standard which is given to carry out the research by various international national practices and guidelines for the integrity of research. Scientific misconduct is a deliberate or gross negligible breach of standard for scientific conduct in scientific research. The law on scientific misconduct defines this through three different types of unaccepted behavior. Dr. Yogesh Parekh sir in earlier session has briefly explained this unacceptable behavior, that is fabrication, how unreported data or unreported data constructed or a fictitious data is substituted in data, falsification, manipulation of a research material, equipment or a process, as well as changing the earlier data and we fitting into a new research paper, and this will mislead. And the third one is the plagiarism. And everybody is right now explaining the plagiarism, that is acquisition of others people ideas, process, result, text or special terms without the appropriate accreditation. For implementing a good principle for scientific practices, everybody's involvement will be must. That is newly joined staff, library staff, including PhD students, teaching faculties, supervisor. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So next is from physics department, Mr. Satyajit Kamble. Sir, are you there, Satyajit Kamble, sir? Okay. Next is from chemistry only, Priya Patil, madam. Priya Patil, madam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment.
Sir, I am visible and audible.
Just a moment. Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, continue.
So, myself, Priya Ashok Patil, and my today's topic for group discussion is H index and I-10 index. So, what is H index? H index is the most used author metric. It was created by the physicist George E. Hirsch in 2005. It is depends on the number of publications and number of citations. Now, how to calculate the H index? Okay, for example, any researcher publishes total 10 articles, and among that 10 articles, 5 articles have at least 5 citations, then he can say that his H index is of 5. That means number of n number of publications is equal to the n number of citation for each article. Now one can check their H index on the various databases like Google Scholars, Scopus, Web of Science, etc. But keep in mind that various databases will provide you the different H indexes depends on their coverage, like year, kind, and quantity of sources. Okay. Now some factors are there which affects the H index, like time. Time will help you to increase the H index. For example, younger researcher will have low H index as compared to the elder one. Next factor is language. If the publication is published in the is written in the English language, then it will get more citations. Next factor is promotion. Promotion will help you to visible your article and will get more chances to get cited. Then next factor which affects to the H index is subject area. If any researcher publishes their article in a trendy subject, then they will get definitely high H index as compared to the researcher who publishes their article in the niche topic. Okay. And last factor, that is self citation. Most of the time, high H indexes involves the self citations, which can take in account for the calculation of H index. Now, my next point is I-10 index. Now, what is I-10 index? I-10 index is created by the Google Scholar. Now, and how it get calculated? So the I-10 index is nothing but the number of publications having at least 10 citations. So for example, any researcher having published total 20 articles, and among the 20 articles, 7 articles have at least 10 citations. So that researcher can say that my I-10 index is 7 because their 7 articles has at least 10 citations. So that's what I want to talk about, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. So next is Manisha Samant, madam, from Library and Information Science.
Hello.
Yes, madam, continue. Please switch on your video also.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
visible. Thank you. Yeah, continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am Manisha Samant. I am a PhD scholar of Gujarat University, and I am a librarian of BPCA College of Physical Education. My topic is plagiarism softwares with special reference to Urukun software. As we have learned what is plagiarism, plagiarism is you use the, as we are all aware of the term plagiarism, that you use the other author's ideas, words without giving the proper citation or the proper credit to that person. If you do so, you comes under plagiarism. So you should give the proper citation, otherwise your work will come under the plagiarism. There are various types of plagiarism softwares available, free and paid. There are some of the free softwares available are Duplichecker, Plagascan, Plagataker, Viper, Writer, Cyberscape, etc. Now I'm going to give you some information about the software, which is a paid software. It is Urukun. Government of India and Department of Education, previously it was considered as MHRD, has initiated a program, Show the Shuddhi, which provides access to the plagiarism detection software, that is PDS, to all the universities, institutions in India since September 2019. This software is provided to free of charge to the central universities, state universities, deemed universities, private universities, and centrally funded universities. This Urukun software is developed by eGalactic. It is a Sweden company. It is in collaboration with the Sweden company. It is developed by the Cryo Info Center Sweden and in collaboration with eGalactic India. Access to the universities have to sign MOU with the InflipNet Center. As you all aware where the InflipNet Center is, and we are having the access of NList and other programs. The same InflipNet Center you have to summons your college or your institutions has to sign MOU, and you will get the access. Each means individual will get the login from their institution who are associated with the universities. Means directly student or research scholar will not get the access, but you have to contact your university and they will give the access to the software. You have to upload the document to the software. Means you have to first log in and upload your document, and you can get the plagiarism report. This is the important nowadays. This Urukun software means plagiarism checking is very much important before you are submitting your thesis to the PhD section. So this is a binding to all PhD scholars to get his work has means checked by the plagiarism software. The Urukun plays a very important role in this. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. So next is Papinder, madam, from again Library and Information Science Research Scholar. Papinder, madam, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, one and all present here. My topic is on citation and the importance of citation tools. So in all these 3 days, we have all known, like basically all the librarians or the research scholars, we all know that what is citation, and we use it in our regular daily life. as we all are mostly PhD scholars or teachers. But when it comes to actually executing it, sometimes we fall short. So it requires the citation is in simple terminology. It's a quotation from or reference to a book, paper, or author, especially in a scholarly work. So, we would like to keep in mind that there has to be a planned approach during the literature review itself when we are reading the data. So we need to capture each citation or the content or the paper which we are reading and we are going to include in our study. So in a proper tabulated form, we need to capture the author, title, the type of research it is, what type of whether it's a survey method or it's a case study. So the type of research which is conducted, then what are the important things, then what are the research methodology which is used in the paper. So each and every aspect in the beginning, if we use a planned approach, it's going to be of a great help for us in citation of each. And we need to make another table where one is on the inclusion. So what are the citations or the papers which we are going to include in our research? And the other one is there will be certain papers while your literature review that you would be you have read, but you may not be directly including that in your study. So for that also you can make a table which will include all the details, like for the inclusion, but there will be another extra column where in the remarks you will give the reason why you have included that paper. So that is going to be of a immense help in the long run. And those papers you can include in the bibliography. Now there are sometimes, people use the words references and bibliography interchangeably. Now the citations, to be very specific, is like why we are first the purpose. What is the purpose of citation? Now we have to give the intellectual, we have to uphold the intellectual honesty, and we have to attribute the original work and the ideas to the correct sources. So when we are citing or taking particular paragraph or content from a paper, then we have to cite that simultaneously. And depending on whatever styles, Mr. Ajay, I think, if I'm taking the name right, he had also mentioned about the different styles and how you will be citing it. So I will not cover that. So we have to cite in whatever APA style or MLA style, whichever style you're doing or you're following, or which journal you're writing. Depending on that, you have to use the citation style. Now, what important is when you are taking a content and you're citing, so that is the in-text citation. And the papers which you have read but you may not have used it directly in your research paper, PhD thesis or research paper, then those you can put under bibliography, because anyways you have read those but directly you are not doing the in-text citations. So that is one thing. And to make our life easier, I would like to suggest you can always make use of free reference management tools, and I think it is part of our this workshop also, where you will be learning about Zotero, Mendeley. There are many others. EndNote also, which is popularly used by many famous journals. And so you can make use of those reference management tools, and it will make your life simpler. So the planned approach is going to help right from the beginning, from literature review till the writing of your research thesis. Now, the most of the sometimes people get confused whether you should use Mendeley or Zotero or EndNote. So because all of these actually have the Word plugin. So we generally use Microsoft Word. So we can the Zotero and Mendeley, they all have the Word plugins where when you're writing your research paper or your thesis, you can use those tools simultaneously, and later on the generation of the bibliography or reference will be easier. In whichever style you want, you can change at the end also. Okay, so that is the beauty of reference management tools. And I would like to say, in fact, when sir touched upon plagiarism and some other researcher also mentioned about plagiarism, we can make use of these plagiarism tools, what they similarity check when they do. And if you have missed out any source, so plagiarism check, don't get scared. So you can make use of those tools also, wherein you can if you have missed out on any sources which you have not cited, you can that time cite that resource. Okay, so that will kind of give credibility to your work itself. So that's what I would like to conclude over here. Thank you very much, Ramakant sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. So next is Ashok Vasishta sir from Hindi department, research scholar. Are you there, sir, Ashok sir? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am there, sir. नमस्कार सर, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा विषय है रिसर्च एथिक्स, यानी कि अनुसंधान में नैतिकता। अनुसंधान या शोध कार्य ईमानदारी से की जाने वाली एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रक्रिया है। शोध कार्य के लिए गहन अध्ययन किया जाना जरूरी है। शोध कार्य एक लंबी प्रक्रिया है, इसलिए इसमें शोध कार्य की अवधि में धैर्य बनाए रखना आवश्यक हो जाता है। अनावश्यक जल्दबाजी में अथवा शोध कार्य को जल्दी से पूरा करने के लालच में, उसको निपटाने के लालच में शोध कार्य से ऐसी गलतियां होने की संभावना अधिक रहती है जिससे कि उसके अब तक के किए गए कार्य पर पानी फेरा जा सकता है। शोध कार्य को, इस शोधकर्ता को इस बात के प्रति सचेत रहना बहुत जरूरी है कि उसे इधर उधर से जोड़ तोड़ करके शोध कार्य पूरा नहीं करना है, यानी कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं करना है। शोध कार्य आपको, आपके द्वारा किया गया शोध कार्य भविष्य में समाज और राष्ट्र के लिए एक धरोहर बनने जा रहा है, यानी कि जो समाज और राष्ट्र को भविष्य में दिशा निर्देश देगा। इसलिए आपका शोध कार्य आपके जीवन की सर्वश्रेष्ठ रचना होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। यह भी निश्चित है कि शोध कार्य के लिए हमें पूर्व में किए गए विद्वानों के कार्यों की मदद लेनी पड़ती है, उसे पढ़ना पड़ता है, वहां से कुछ तथ्य और पैराग्राफ और डेफिनेशंस लिए जाते हैं। ऐसा करते समय उनके द्वारा किए गए कथनों, परिभाषाओं और उद्धरणों का जब हम लेते हैं तो उसका संदर्भ दिया जाना बहुत जरूरी है। यहाँ तक कि शोधकर्ता ने अपने शोध कार्य के दौरान अपने शोध विषय से संबंधित अगर कोई पुस्तक या संदर्भ ग्रंथ पूरा पढ़ा है, भले ही वहां से आपने एक भी पंक्ति, एक भी लाइन जस की तस नहीं ली है, तो भी शोध लेखन में आपको अपने संदर्भ देना जरूरी है उस पुस्तक का, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं उस लेखक, उस पुस्तक के विचारों से आपका लेखन अवश्य ही प्रभावित हुआ होगा। और अंत में बचपन से अब तक की जो बातें हमने सीखी हैं कि ऑनेस्टी इज द बेस्ट पॉलिसी, तो शोध कार्य में ये बहुत जरूरी है। रेलवे की लाइन के किनारे आपने पढ़ा होगा, हम सब ने पढ़ा है कि सावधानी हटी और दुर्घटना घटी, यानी प्लेगरिज्म की हमारे ऊपर हमेशा तलवार लटकी रहेगी, उससे बचना है। और दो पंक्तियां ये कि नो शॉर्टकट टू सक्सेस एंड जस्ट लाइक नो शॉर्टकट टू पब्लिकेशन। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So I call upon the next person from chemistry, research scholar, Tushar Umsare. Tushar Umsare, sir. Are you there, sir? Tushar Umsare, sir. Tushar, sir, are you there? Okay. Next is from chemistry again, Chaitrali Patil, madam.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam. Please switch on your video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a minute. Just a moment, sir.
Please stick to the time. We have only 2 to 3 minutes. Right now it's 1:30.
Sir, you have missed me also.
Sir, your name is there. Just wait a moment.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Chaitrali Sudhir Patil, research scholar of Security College, New Palani. Yes. My today's topic of group discussion is the UGC care list, which is an important mechanism to check the unethical practices in publication. So, in the morning session, Dr. Savita Sukumar ma'am had explained about this one mechanism, that is the UGC care list. She also explained about the COPE. So my today's group discussion topic is only about the UGC care list. Okay. So for a concept related to UGC care list, what is UGC care list, then objective of the UGC care list, then need for the UGC care list for research scholar, and finally the examples related to UGC care list. So first of all, we go about the UGC care list. So UGC care list, that is UGC approved list of journal, which has been replaced by UGC care list with effect from 14 June 2019. So the UGC has set up a consortium for the academic and the research ethics, that is nothing but the care, which is to identify, to monitor and to maintain the UGC care reference list for the quality journals across the discipline. So this is about the UGC care list, and there are certain objectives of the UGC care list. So the first main object of the UGC care list is that to promote the quality research, to promote the academic integrity and publication ethics in the Indian university. This is the one of the important objective. And the second one objective is that to promote high quality publication in reputed journals. So this is the main objective of the UGC care list. Then why we need for the UGC care list during the publication? The most important need, that is the credibility of research publication, is extremely important, okay, for each and every research scholar, because it represents the academic image of not just an individual, but it also the institution, it also to the entire nation. So that's why we need the UGC care list. So the UGC care list has two groups. So first, that is UGC care list group 1 and UGC care list group 2. So the UGC care list group 1 include the journals found qualified through the UGC care protocols, and second one, that is journals indexed in globally recognized database. So examples of the UGC care list in 2019, that is IJTPD, which is nothing but the International Journal of Thesis, Project and Dissertation. Then IJSSHR, which is the International Journal of Social Science and Humanities Research. Then next one example is IJMPSR, that is International Journal of Mathematics and Physical Science Research. And last one example, that is the IJMIT, that is International Journal of Mechanical and Industrial Technology. So these are some examples of UGC care list journals. So one of the important part, that is every year UGC comes out the list of journal. That means every year UGC care list get revised. So the website of UGC care journal list we found www.ugc.ac.in, and you have to log in first of all. Then you will get the list, that is two different lists, that is care list 1 and care list 2. So that's why this is important, and this is one of the important mechanism to check the unethical practices in the publication during the research work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. So next research scholar is from accountancy, Sachin Kadam. Sachin Kadam, sir, are you there? Mr. Sachin Kadam. I think he is not there. So I'm marking as absent in my record. Next person is the physics, from physics, Dilip Kalu, sir. Dilip sir, are you there? Okay. Next is from accountancy, Madhurima Chaudhary. Madhurima Chaudhary, madam. Okay. Then accountancy again, Mayuresh Patil. Mayuresh Patil, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Mayuresh. Yes.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Yes, start.
Hello, my name is Mayuresh Pradeep Patil. I am student from CKT College from Commerce Accountancy. My topic is publication ethics. Firstly, ethics means what is morally good and morally bad. PhD research involves many coordinate steps and process appropriate study design, study acquisition, data collection, data analysis, and finally publication. While going through these steps, in publication can be a wonder experience. One should be aware of ethical code of conduct that binds research at every steps. Publication ethics involves statutory and ethic approval, informed consent, data manipulation, and research fraud. Plagiarism and simultaneous submission of data, publication, duplicate publication, self-citation, and consent of reproduce published material. Uh, there are various forms of unethical practices that authors resort to do, sometimes intentionally and sometimes occasionally by accident. Be aware of publication ethics in listed air will help to reduce our data misappropriation form of public ethics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayuresh Patil, sir. I will move further. Next is after Mayuresh, research scholars from the chemistry, Prachi Patil, madam.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please switch on your video. Yes, continue.
My name is Prachi Patil, and today's topic for my group discussion is plagiarism. So, what is the plagiarism? It is the most common form of research misconduct. So, plagiarism is nothing but presenting someone else's work or ideas as your own with or without their consent by cooperating it into your work with without full acknowledgement. So plagiarism includes copying someone's work, citing a source improperly, creating a false sources, or turning another person's work as your own. These all activities are included in a plagiarism. If someone do these all things, then he got a punishment, which include that it that researcher work get failure or rejected by the authorities, or also reputation get damage of that researcher. Next one is the topic types of the plagiarism. So first topic of the plagiarism is first type of the plagiarism is direct plagiarism. Direct copying someone else's work without changing anything is called as direct plagiarism. Next one is mosaic plagiarism, which include borrowing phrases from a source without using quotation mark or find synonyms for author's language while keeping to the same general structure and meaning of originals. Next one is the accidental plagiarism. When you present information for your source but forget to include citation is called as accidental plagiarism. Next one is the self-plagiarism. When you use your own work or data in the new assignment, do not reference it appropriately, that known as the self-plagiarism. So next one is how to avoid the plagiarism. To avoid the plagiarism is quite simple. You must reference the original sources. Your summary should be shorter than your text you are summarizing. Next one is you must use your words in your work. You must include the page number of the source from which you borrowing the author original language. Next one is you must include the reference number from which you use that sentence or words. In addition that, I want to include one point that many software are used to check the plagiarism, which help us to check the percentage plagiarism which include in our work are Enago plagiarism checker, Grammarly, Dupli checker, etc. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Next is from microbiology department, Mr. Ganesh Sate, sir. Sate, sir, are you there? Okay.
Hello.
Sir, which name you are called now?
Sate, sir, Ganesh Sate.
No, sorry, sir.
Next person from mathematics department, Sagar Khairnar, sir. Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, can I speak now? Because my
Just a
little
moment.
one will be
Just a
sleeping now.
There are only few remaining, 4 or 5 only. Your
Okay,
name is
okay.
also there. Just wait.
Okay.
Next is from business admission policy, Rupali Mandlekar. Are you there, madam? Okay. Next is from accountancy research scholar, Agnes Medley. Are you there, madam? Agnes, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Sir, am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, please. Not more than 3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I'll try to stick to the time. Good afternoon, Ramakant sir, and everybody gathered here, research scholars. I am Agnes Anthony Melida, teaching in BAP Department of Vidyalankar College. I'm a research scholar at CKT College, pursuing my PhD in accountancy. My topic for discussion today is research ethics and avoiding of scientific misconduct in research. Now, ethics are just moral principles and people need to follow irrespective of the place and time. Now, behaving ethically is mean knowing doing the right thing at the right time. So if you're behaving ethically in research, that involves moral principles that we researchers must follow, and we must do it in our field of research. Research ethics follows some core principles, and we as researchers need to be committed to those crucial ethical principles. Ethically behaving means what? When we are whenever we find out something, when we read a research paper and we get some information over there, we must give due credit to the owner of that work. And there are a list of action which you can take, and you can choose and minimize the harm of conflict. That is, when you have taken some work from somebody, you have to take an ethical decision whether you have to include the data, and you have to give due honor to the author and credit to the author. Ethics is basically, it's a treatment of the to the research paper that, or the research thesis or dissertation that participants have to give to their research work. A lot of researchers who have contributed to research products and research projects or papers need to get the credit for it, because they are the true owners of that work. Dr. Geeta Girish Gargi ma'am in her session yesterday mentioned about ethical misconduct, scientific misconduct in research. And what exactly is that? It is a misappropriation of ideas. That is, when you don't take the intellectual, when you're using the intellectual property rights of others, and as a result, you're reviewing someone else's articles or manuscripts, and you grant application and proceedings with the idea that it's your own. Plagiarism, of course, many research students today have mentioned about plagiarism, so I won't go again into it. But it's just that you're utilizing someone else's published work without giving appropriate credit or citation to it. Many have mentioned about citation also. There is also self-plagiarism, where you use one's own work, and without giving appropriate disclosure or citation. So there are many plagiarism checkers. Many people have spoken about plagiarism checkers, so I won't go again into that. We already have understood that. There is also failure of compliance to some legislature and regulatory requirements, like willful violation of rules and inappropriate use of research funds. So basically, when we talk of ethical principles, it is do good, known as benefice, or do no harm, that is non-malefice. That is, in practice, ethical principle means that as a researcher, you need to obtain the informed consent from the potential research participants. So I would like to only speak a few words about informed consent. What exactly is that? It is one of the principles of research ethics. So whenever you have invited a person to do a research, you must the person should be informed about it. That is, you cannot take or put the name of the person in your research paper without his or her informed consent. So each potential research participant have to give their informed consent. Okay, so as to why they are doing the study, how long it will last, what are the methods of research they are using over there, the right to not participate or leave the study in the middle, or leave the study at any time. They should be having that freedom, and risk or benefits involved. And there should be some limit of confidentiality, that is, circumstances under which the identity may have to be revealed of the participants. And all whom are there, they whatever queries they have, that should be addressed in timely manner. So with this, I conclude my discussion about research ethics and scientific misconduct in research. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ramakant sir. Thank you, CKT College Principal and Management, for giving me this opportunity in this discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Next is from accountancy, Sunil Khatri sir.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Good afternoon, Ramakant sir, and good afternoon to everyone. My topic for discussion is do's of good research. It is right from the beginning till the end. What I have been understanding since last sessions, it is just, first of all, it is explain the importance of your topic, research topic, why you have selected the research topic. Second is, you should study the main areas and the development in the areas what we have selected. Then we should, while doing the literature review, we should find out the links and the gaps where we can contribute something new to the research, to the additional, as an addition to the research. We should highlight the main and relevant aspect of our study, and how we should study how our study will contribute to the development of scientific knowledge, or to the important is important to the society. And lastly is organizing our findings in a very chronological and very logical order, so that one must understand what we have done in our research. Plus, the principles what we have to follow is that honesty, as in our accountancy, we can say honesty is the best policy. If you are an honest, your accounts will be right. And if you are not giving credit from where you are taking the aspect to that particular owner, it becomes, you can say, criminal attitude of an accounts, that you should give proper credit, so that you are indebted to that particular person. Thank you. So this way I conclude my discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next research scholar is from chemistry, Dhanraj Bahiram. Dhanraj Bahiram, sir, are you there? Okay. Next research scholar from the physics, Abdul Qayyum Chaudhary, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Everyone. So my name is Abdul Qayyum Chaudhary, and I am a physics student from South College of Arts, Science and Commerce. So today my topic for discussion is research ethics. So as we know that in research many factors are important, but research ethics plays very important role, because we know that if we do some research, okay, so research ethics Why it plays very important role? Because with all the rules and regulations, we can manipulate that with money also. So research ethics is the only thing which comes from inside us. So if you follow research ethics in the research outcome will be very good, and with this research ethics only we can get a good result. And if you follow the research ethics from the start, then we can do a good research, and surely we will be in a very higher position. So it's not like if we are doing some research from here and there and we cannot manipulate it. So what happens sometimes when we are doing research, we get stuck. We don't have time, we don't have some sufficient material, and we are not able to get the answers. So willingly we are not doing the things which are wrong, but unfortunately some of the people get trapped inside that scenario, and they do the things which is not expected by the research scholars. So research ethics, if you obey the research ethics in research, then surely we will do the good research. And I think we will, with the research ethics, we can achieve good things in our future. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Karim, sir. So next person is the Sachin Pimpade from accountancy, research scholar. Sachin Pimpade, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. At the nutshell, I thank our Security College, the management, and the entire organizing committee for providing us such an excellent platform and giving us very much informative sessions. Quickly, I will come on my topic. My topic for the discussion today is importance of ethics, and I will be talking in related to social science research. So basically, teacher itself is a researcher itself is a part of the society, and it cannot be separated from the society. And all the characteristics of the society are applicable to researcher also, because he's also the integral part of the society. So the importance given to the ethics by society will be automatically reflected by researchers also in their research. And that's why the role of the ethics have been emerged and now became extremely important part of the research. Basically, the compulsion of research has compelled everyone to be a researcher, and not only a researcher, to also be a good researcher. It has not only increased the number of research papers in the way of thesis or journals, but also it has increased the misconduct and unethical practices in research, which made it extremely crucial to pay importance to the ethics. All the resource persons, and basically this workshop is all talking about the research in the ethics in the research and publication, and emphasizing on the importance of the research. In social science, many topics are related topics are there. Reason behind that, there is no any kind of laboratory work included. Demographic factors may be changed, but the basic concept are remaining same in social science research. Like, for example, customer satisfaction of Colgate, maybe in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Jammu and Kashmir, can be different researchers. Or the factors of demographic factors like children, men, women can also be considered as different researchers. So except the basic common factor, everything can be changed. So the basic factor of the concept remains same over here. So ethical researchers shall understand over here that each term is nowadays evolving, and each term is evolving in today's technological era very rapidly. So the new things coming up in the technology, in the concept, shall be considered and preferred. As we all are aware that code of ethics and the rules of regulations, the citations, references, all are extremely important to give credit to the original researcher. But not only that, while considering the original research, we shall also understand the background of the study we are referring. For example, the time period of the demographic factors or the characteristics of the demography, which may affect by the geographical, economical, socio-cultural, and other factors. This will provide the better understanding of the research and will provide the clarity of the applicability of the research. I'll conclude with the same saying that I will say that this degradation of ethics in the society at large will certainly affect ethics in the research also. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now next is Meera Kavde madam from accountancy. Meera madam, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please continue.
A very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Mirabai Suresh Kode, research scholar from CKT College. Today, my topic is how to make research more ethical. First, informed consent. Informed consent is one of the most founding principle of research ethics. Its intent is that human participants can enter in research freely or voluntarily. Participants knows every aspect of their participation in the trial. Second, productive research design. This involves the estimating of probability of happening of harmful effects, their severity, and the likely duration of these effects. Third, screening. It is an attempt to select only those individuals for study who show highly tolerance for potential risks. Fourth, pilot study. When the potential harms are uncertain, a useful precaution involves a pilot study with follow-up diagnostic interviews to assess the effects and request advice from the participants. Fifth, outside proposal review. Requesting others to review research proposal is a harmful precautions is minimizing to a research risk. Six, acknowledge each and everything for doing research. We must acknowledge them properly. Seven, use plagiarism software to check plagiarism. To use the plagiarism software like Zotero, Urkund, etc. And last, follow author's guideline to conduct while conducting research. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Next is from accountancy only. Namrata Gajra, madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee and principal C.K. Thakur College for giving me this opportunity. My today's topic for group discussion is common types of plagiarism and how to avoid the plagiarism. First of all, I'll begin with the meaning of plagiarism. Plagiarism is the unethical practice of using words or ideas of another researcher or the author, either planned or accidentally, or the own work done previously and without proper acknowledgement and citations. There are few common types of plagiarism. First one is complete plagiarism. The complete plagiarism means the overt type of plagiarism occurs when the writer submits someone else's work in their own name, paying somebody to write a paper for you, then handing that paper in with your own name, and is an act of complete plagiarism, as it's a stealing or borrowing someone else's work and submitting it as your own name. Okay, so the next type is direct plagiarism. The meaning of direct plagiarism is as similar to the complete plagiarism, but the difference between the two is how much of the paper is plagiarized. With complete plagiarism, it's the entire paper, but with the direct plagiarism, specific section or paragraphs are plagiarized or copied from other research papers without any citation. Next one is paraphrasing. Paraphrasing means writer reuses another's work and changes few words or phrases. It's a common type of plagiarism, and many researchers or students even don't realize this form of plagiarism. Next one is self-plagiarism. Self-plagiarism is a plagiarism where you plagiarize or copy your work without proper citation, which you have already done previously, your previous research papers or projects, minor project or major projects results. you may take into your current research work, and without citing yourself, your paper, or for the current research work, that is self-plagiarism. Next one is accidental plagiarism. Accidental plagiarism is perhaps the most common type of plagiarism, because it happens when writer does not realize they are plagiarizing another's work. It may include forgetting to cite your sources in your work, or not citing the sources correctly, or failing to put quotes around cited material. Okay, so these are the common types of plagiarism. Now, how can you avoid the plagiarism? By giving proper citations, you can avoid the plagiarism. There are many methods of citations, like your APA, Chicago Manual Method, MLA. You may use this type of methods to arrange your references to avoid the plagiarism. With this, I will conclude my topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. And for this session, last presenter is Aruna Sagnali, madam, accountancy research scholar. Are you there, madam?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please switch on your video.
Hello, sir.
Switch on your video also.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please continue.
Am I visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aruna Sagnali, and I am research scholar at CKT College. So my topic for today's discussion is penalties for the act of plagiarism under UGC. So my topic for today is inspired by our previous session speaker, that is Dr. Yogesh Parekh. He had explained the topic very nicely. So it is inspiration for me to take the same topic as a group discussion topic today. So as the definition of plagiarism has been defined under section 2K of UGC Act 1956, says that an act of academic dishonesty and a breach of ethics. It involves using someone else's work as one's own. It also includes data plagiarism and self-plagiarism. So plagiarism is in all area, but the core area is tolerable to certain extent. The various level of plagiarism have been quantified. Okay, so I will just explain what are the levels. Up to 10%, it is excluded by the UGC. But if the plagiarism extends, that is between 10 to 40%, if your plagiarism is between 10 to 40%, that will be called as level 1. And if again it extends between 40 to 60%, that will be called as level 2. And above 60%, it is called as level 3. So the penalties for the faculties, staffs, or researchers for higher education institutions will be given according to the severity of the plagiarism. So in level 1, that is between 10% to 40% of plagiarism, the researcher will be asked to withdraw the manuscript submitted for publication and will not be allowed to publish any work for the minimum period of 1 year. And in level 2, where your plagiarism increases from 40%, between 40 to 60%, the researcher will be asked to withdraw again his manuscript from the publication, and the researcher will not be allowed to publish any work of project or publication for the minimum period of 2 years. In the previous level, it was for 1 year, and in second level, it will be for 2 years. And the researcher will also be denied any annual increment that they have been receiving. Researcher will also not be allowed to act as a supervisor for student or scholars for 2 years. Next is level 3, that is where your plagiarism is above 60%. So here the researcher will be asked to withdraw his manuscript as same as in level 1 and level 2. And but here the publications will, the publisher will not allow you to give any publication work for period of 3 years. And the researcher will also be denied any increment which is received for 2 years. And researcher will not be allowed to supervise any student or scholar for the period of 3 years. In level 2, it was 2, and in level 3, it is for 3 years. Further, if a researcher repeats the same act of plagiarism, then the researcher will be subject to punishment for the next level from the level which the person was previously punished for. If level 3 plagiarism is repeated, then the person committing it will be dismissed from his job. If a researcher has already attained any benefits or credit before plagiarism was proven, then such benefits or credit will be suspended for a time period that will be decided by the AMP, that is Activity Monitoring Portal, and PDA, that is Plagiarism Disciplinary Authority. So this was a brief discussion about the penalties of the act of plagiarism under UGC Act. I would like to thank Ramakant sir for giving this opportunity to have a discussion on this. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. So we have covered almost 90% participants have joined this group discussion, and remaining those who have not attended this session, for them we will have another session from 3 to 4. They can join in 3 to 4 session and they can present their self. So accordingly, you will get the marks for the group discussion out of 10 only. If you are not participating, if you are not sharing your thoughts on this topic, then we do not have the chance to give you the marks from that group discussion. We have allocated the 10 marks from the group discussion. So accordingly, the final results will be affect and grading will be assigned. Please note down. So we will meet on 3 p.m. only, and 3 to 4 we will have the group discussion for remaining participant. And afterwards, one more session is there, which will be held from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Please note down, from 7 to 8:30 today. Okay. Is there is any doubt? Okay, so I will stop here and we will have the lunch break now. And for remaining participants, we will join the session from 3 to 4. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear all. Just a minute. Okay, so as discussed, we will start with the remaining participant group discussion. So those who have not able to attend the last session and those are busy with their routine work or maybe unavoidable some work, so they have the opportunity to present their self. So I have the list of those participants, those who have not expressed the views on that research and publication ethics in the last session. So one by one, I will call your name, and accordingly, like last session only, we will going to have the discussion. So first is from that list, Amol Pinjarkar. Are you there? Amol Pinjarkar, chemistry, research scholar.
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam.
I was there in the last session, full session I was there, but you haven't called my name.
You told me that, no, I am not going to present.
No, I didn't say.
I have the message.
No, I will not be there in last lecture,
Okay.
7 to 8:30.
So right now you can just let me check whether Amol is present or not. Amol Pinjarkar, are you there? Chemistry. Amol Pinjarkar. I think he is not there. So Trupti ma'am, you can start.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank Navgare sir for giving me the opportunity for presenting my views on publication ethics. I will be delivering for the topic on publication ethics. So what is publication ethics? It is a standard that protects intellectual property and forbids the republication of another's work without proper credit. So here I would like to tell 4 points with regard to publication ethics which researchers should follow. First is transparency. So transparency with regard to funding. So every researcher should always disclose the funding agency from where he has got the fund for doing the research. Recently, I have done I have got RUSA funding fund. So I have mentioned in my research paper that I have been funded by RUSA agency. Second thing is acknowledge a contributor. So who did the work? So every author or every researcher should acknowledge all significant contributors who he or she has included in his research work. Third point is original work, whether the work has been published before or not, that needs to be checked. So every researcher should provide original work, the original work which he or she should provide. So there is a terminology called as redundant publication. Redundant means multiple publications. So when the work cannot be considered as redundant publication or not redundant, that when republication of material have been accurately translated in different languages, the appropriate permission has been taken for translating or republishing the material, and the original source of the material should be disclosed. So when these points will be followed, that type of work cannot be considered as redundant. That means multiple publications has been done. The fourth publication ethics one should follow is promoting research integrity. So research integrity here means conducting research in a way which allows others to have trust and confidence on your research work. Should have confidence in the method you have used and the findings you have came through, the findings you have determined. So there should be the research integrity should be in that way. And to bring that research integrity, one should follow 4 principles, that is honesty, responsibility, and fairness and accountability. So these are the principles which one should follow while for promoting the research integrity in self. So this was my topic of presentation. Here I conclude. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you so
Thank
much. So next participant. Sorry, who's there?
Sir, Poonam Joshi.
Wait a moment, madam.
Hello,
Call your name. Wait a moment. Yeah, I do have the name those who have not attended and those who have not expressed their views. So just wait a moment. Next is Amol Nikam, chemistry research scholar. Amol Nikam, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Just wait a moment. Let me mark the attendance first. Yes, sir. Yes, continue, sir.
Okay.
Other participant,
Okay,
please
sir.
mute
Myself,
yourself.
Amol Nikam.
Other participant, please mute yourself. Poonam Joshi, madam, please mute. No, you are not muted. Joshi, madam.
Yes.
Please mute yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, Amol Nikam.
Yes, yes.
Wait. Madam,
you,
something
sir.
is wrong with your mobile. You are not muted. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. So good afternoon, one and all. So topic of my discussion is what is plagiarism. So many people think of plagiarism as copying another work or borrowing someone else's original ideas, but terms like copying and borrowing can disguise the seriousness of offense. According to the Merriam-Webster online dictionary, to plagiarize means to steal and pass off the ideas or words of another as one's own, to use another's publication without crediting the source, or to commit literally theft, to prevent as new and original an idea or product derived from an existing source. In other words, plagiarism is an act of fraud. It involves the both stealing someone else's work and lying about it afterward. But can words and ideas really be stolen? According to US law, the answer is yes. In the United States and many other countries, the expression of original ideas is considered intellectual property and is protected by copyright laws, just like original inventions. Almost all forms of expressions fall under copyright protection as long as they are recorded in some media, such as a book or a computer file. So all of the following there are many plagiarisms which are considered. There is turning in someone else's work as your own, then copying words or ideas from someone else without giving credit, failing to put a quotation in quotation marks, giving incorrect information about the source of a quotation, then changing words but copying the sentence structure of a source without giving credit, copying so many words or ideas from a source that it makes up the majority of your work. Whether you give credit or not, see, changing the words of an original source is not sufficient to prevent plagiarism. If you have retained the essential idea of an original source and have not cited it, then no matter how drastically you may have altered its context or presentation, you have still plagiarized. Most cases of plagiarism can be avoided, however, by citing sources, simply acknowledging that certain material has been borrowed and providing your audience with the information necessary to find that source. That source is usually enough to prevent plagiarism. There are so many types of plagiarism, in which the first one is the sources which are not cited. It can be again termed as the ghost writer. So the writer turns in another's work word for word as his or her own. Next one is the photocopy. The writer copies significant portions of text straight from a single source without alteration. Then the portrait paper, that is the writer tries to discuss the plagiarism by copying from several different sources, tweaking the sentences to make them fit together while retaining most of the original phrasing. Then the poor disguise. Although the writer has retained the essential content of the source, he or she has altered the paper's appearance slightly by changing keywords and phrases. The labor of laziness. The writer takes the time to paraphrase most of the paper from other sources and make it all fit together instead of spending the same effort on original work. Then the self-stealer. The writer borrows generously from his or her previous work, violating policies concerning the expectation of originality adopted by most academic situations. Then the sources cited but still plagiarized. The first one comes under this category is the forgotten footnote. The writer mentions an author's name for a source but neglects to include specific information on the location of the material referred. This often mask the other forms of plagiarism by obscuring source location. Then the misinformer. The writer provides inaccurate information regarding the sources, making it impossible to find them. Then the too perfect paraphrase. The writer properly cites a source but neglects to put in quotation marks next quotation marks text that has been copied word for word or close to it. Although attributing the basic ideas to the source, the writer is falsely claiming original presentation and interpretation of the information. Next, the resourceful citer. The writer properly cites all sources, paraphrasing and using quotations appropriately. The catch: the paper contains almost no original work. It is sometimes difficult to spot this form of plagiarism because it looks like any other well-researched document. The perfect crime. We all know it doesn't exist. In this case, the writer properly quotes and cites sources in some places, but goes on to paraphrase the arguments from the sources without citation. This way, the writer tries to pass off the paraphrased material as his or her own analysis of the cited material. With this discussion, I have tried to convey my message that plagiarism. What is plagiarism? Let us know first what is plagiarism and which are the misconducts happening sometimes purposefully or sometimes by mistake. So we have to avoid all these plagiarism acts and do your research with very honesty and transparently. Thank you to CKT College for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the next discussion and views, express the views, I would like to call Maruti Kamble sir, Marathi research scholar from Marathi subject. Sir, wait.
नमस्कार.
Yes, sir. Continue.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. माझा विषय मराठी असल्यामुळे मराठीत तुमच्याशी संवाद साधणार आहे. तुम्हा सगळ्यांना समजेल अशी अपेक्षा करतोय. साहित्यामध्ये संशोधन करीत असताना प्रामुख्याने कथा, कविता, कादंबरी, नाटक, ललित लेखन, वैचारिक लेखन असे साहित्याचे प्रकार असतात. आणि हे साहित्य लिहिणारा हा एक लेखक असतो. आणि हा लेखक ज्या परिस्थितीतून किंवा ज्या परिघातून आलेला असतो त्या परिघाचं वास्तव चित्रण केलेलं आहे का काल्पनिक चित्रण केलेलं आहे ते आपल्याला मूल्यमापन करत असताना, संशोधन करत असताना ते दखल घ्यावी लागते. आणि संशोधनामध्ये त्या लेखकाने किती योगदान दिलेलं आहे आणि त्याच्या साहित्यामधून समाजासाठी काय भलं होणार आहे किंवा त्याच्या साहित्याने समाजात काही परिवर्तन होणार आहे का, समाजातले काही त्याच्या नैतिक मूल्याची जोपासना होणार आहे का, त्याच्या साहित्याने किंवा त्या संशोधनाने समाजातलं काय स्थान असणार आहे का, किंवा जो संशोधन करतोय संशोधक विद्यार्थी आणि त्याच्या आजूबाजूचा परिसर त्याच्या संशोधनाच्या सगळ्यावर कसा परिणाम होणार आहे त्याचाही आपल्याला विचार करावा लागतो. आणि हा विचार करत असताना प्रामुख्याने हे जे लेख असतात वैचारिक, इथं लेखकाला जे वाटतं, लेखकाने जे जीवन जगलेलं असतं, लेखक असो, कवी असो किंवा नाटककार असो, तर जीवन जगलेलं असतं. जे आजूबाजूला जे घडतं ते त्याच्या साहित्यातून मांडत असतं. आणि साहित्य काय करत असतं, वास्तवाचं चित्रण करत असतात. आता 1960 नंतर प्रामुख्याने वास्तव त्याला महत्व आलेलं आहे आणि म्हणून वास्तवाचं महत्व रेखाटन करत असतो. प्रामुख्याने वास्तवाचं रेखाटन करत असताना आपल्या भारतीय म्हणजे भारतीय भाषेतल्या सगळ्या साहित्याला, म्हणजे कोणत्याही भाषेतला असो, दलित साहित्याने फार मोठे योगदान दिलेलं आहे. आणि ह्या दलित साहित्यामध्ये वास्तवाचं चित्रण येत होतं. आणि आतापर्यंत हे कधीही साहित्यामधून न आलेलं आणि 1960 नंतर वास्तवाचं चित्रण दलित साहित्यातून आलं, त्यानंतर ग्रामीण साहित्यात आलं आणि त्यानंतर स्त्रीवादी साहित्यात आलं आणि त्यानंतर आदिवासी साहित्यात आलं. आणि अशा विविध साहित्याच्या चळवळी तयार झाल्या. आणि ही चळवळी तयार होत असताना किंवा चळवळी तयार होत असताना तो जो संशोधन विद्यार्थी आहे, संशोधक आहे, ह्या संशोधकाला मागचा इतिहासाचा आढावा घ्यावा लागतो. आणि इतिहासाचा आढावा घेऊन आणि तो ज्या कालावधीतला संशोधन करणे किंवा त्यांनी आपल्या संशोधनासाठी जो काही कालखंड ठरवलेला आहे त्या कालखंडामध्ये मग त्याला थोडासा इतिहासाचा आढावा घेऊन त्या कालखंडाचा पूर्णपणे आढावा घेऊन त्या कालखंडामधले विविध साहित्यातून त्याच्या विषयाला अनुसरून जे जे चित्रण आलेलं आहे त्याचं चित्रण त्याला व्यवस्थित करावं लागतं. म्हणून संशोधन करत असताना साहित्यातील संशोधन हे महत्वाचे आहे, त्याची व्याप्ती ठरली असते, नैतिक मूल्य महत्वाचे असतात त्याच्यातच, आणि सामाजिक जीवन, वास्तवता, वास्तवाचे भान हे त्याच्या ग्रंथात किती आलेलं आहे आणि किंवा त्याच्या संशोधनामध्ये किती आलेलं आहे. आणि हे संशोधनात येत असताना एक प्रामुख्याने संशोधकाने काळजी घ्यायची असते, परिच्छेदचे परिच्छेद जशाच तसे न उतरवता त्याला काय वाटतं, म्हणजे योग्य का आहे, अयोग्य का आहे, आणि त्याला परिच्छेद न उतरवता किंवा परिच्छेद एखाद्या ग्रंथातून संदर्भ ग्रंथ म्हणून न घेता की त्यांनी संपूर्ण अभ्यास करून एक काय म्हणू त्याला एक नैतिक पातळीवर मग त्यांनी एक स्वतःची मांडणी करायला हवी. आणि मांडणी करून मग त्याने आपले ग्रंथ किंवा आपलं संशोधन हे इतरांच्या पेक्षा वेगळं कसं असेल आणि कसा उपयोग होणार आहे. आणि मग माझ्या इतर साहित्यामध्ये असो किंवा माझ्या इतर साहित्यातल्या एक योगदान म्हणून किंवा साहित्यात एक संदर्भ ग्रंथ म्हणून माझ्या संशोधनाचा कसा वापर करता येईल, उपयोग करता येईल, याच्यासाठी संशोधकांनी अगदी काळजी घेऊन ते संशोधन केलं पाहिजे असं मला वाटतं. तुम्ही सर्वांनी ऐकून घेतल्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. CKT महाविद्यालयाचे धन्यवाद संधी दिल्याबद्दल. कॅमेरा बंद करू.
ओके, थँक्यू सो मच कांबळे सर.
केलं पाहिजे.
So next research scholar is Poonam Joshi, chemistry. Poonam Joshi, what are you there? You are not audible, ma'am. No, you are not audible. No sound. Please do not use the headphone. If you are using mobile phone, directly use the microphone with the mobile. There may be a problem with the your headphone. Not audible. No. Not audible. You can try after some time. Meanwhile, I will give the another person about you. Okay? Because you are completely not audible, we can't listen. No sound, madam. No sound, no sound. I will give the another person opportunity. Just you try if you are able to unmute within the. Okay. Meanwhile, we will give you the opportunity. Yeah. Next is Tushar Unsare, chemistry. Tushar Unsare, sir, are you there? Tushar Unsare. Okay. Next is Bhakti madam, Bhakti Bhatia, business policy and administration research scholar. Bhakti madam. Am I audible, Bhakti madam?
Hello, sir.
Joshi madam, you are now audible.
Yes.
Yes, you can continue.
Yes.
Madam,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I would like to thank Nogare sir for giving me this opportunity. So my topic of discussion is open access publications. So what is open access publication? Is a publishing model for scholarly communication that make research information available to readers at no cost. So open access refers to freely available digital information. It refers to all electronic resources that are made widely available on internet, as well as without licensing and copyright restrictions are present there. So open access resources can include the articles are there, journals, books, conference that are proceeding before, and digital repositories are present in open access resources. So there are also the many websites are also present on open access publishing. The first one is a BioLine International. The names of the websites I am given here: a directory of open access journals, NISCARE programs, Indian Academy of Science, JGate journals, and Google Scholar. There are many websites are there. I have mentioned here a few. And the advantages we have to see in open access publications are they are easy access institution. They are easily access institution repositories, making a research very easily. Helps in long-term benefits. We are getting a very much benefits for the open access publications. Strengthen the research literature means we are strengthening our good sites. So there are also the types of the open access resources are there. There are also the ebooks are also available in open access resources. The Project Gutenberg offer 56,000 free ebooks are present there. It covers literature, old books collection, science, technology, and ebooks are available on that Project Gutenberg site. Open access resources are also JSTOR that offers us thousands of free high quality ebooks are mentioned there. Open access digital library are also present there. There is a free access to over 14,000 full text scholarly journals in variety of subjects present there. Open access library, there is also present a science direct open access. There are 100 of free journals from elsewhere science direct platform we are getting. There are different types of the open access are there. The first one is a gold open access, hybrid open access, diamond open access, bronze open access. There are different types of the open access are present there. So first one we are taken, that is a gold open access. Gold, in a gold open access, publisher makes to article in a fully accessible on the journal website under a Creative Commons or similar license are there. Similar license we are using for that. Next one is a hybrid open access. In hybrid open access, a subscription journal where the publisher allows author to pay to make a individual article open access. Next is a diamond open access, or we call it as a platinum open access. In that, journals that publish open access but do not charge there, they are funded by the institution only. Next is a bronze open access. The journals are free to read online but do not have the license we are getting. And lastly is a green open access that refers to the self-archiving generally of a pre or post print of the articles. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Me off.
Finally, your mic is working. I thought whether you are able to discuss or not. Okay, thank you so much. So next is Mr. Sachin Kadam, accountancy.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Ramakant, sir.
You are not
And
visible.
also,
You are not visible, sir.
so now, sir, visible.
Thank you.
Okay. So, sir, my name is Sachin Kadam from CKT College, subject accountancy. So, sir, I have selected on topic that is how to avoid plagiarism. So, plagiarism actually it means using someone else's words or the ideas without giving proper credit to original author. And in that we have some important points also there. That is means when you are writing in research paper or in thesis, dissertation, so you can write in your own manners and you can give your own ideas, views, opinion, and also give proper citations. And also we are having proper citations for Mendeley, EndNote, Zotero. Okay, so these are the major aspects we are following to avoid plagiarism. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Sachin Kadam, sir. So
Thank you,
next is Bhakti Bhatviya, madam, business policy and administration.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes. This is Bhakti Bhatavia, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, CKT College, New Panvel. I would like to express my vote of thanks to Naugare sir to providing us the opportunity to express our views on the current theme of the workshop, that is publication ethics. Here I would like to speak something about reference management tool and the citation tool. There are many reference management tools we all are aware of. That is Zotero, Mendeley, EndNote. We all are aware of only the names. Here I would like to throw a light on some specific reference management tool, that is Zotero. First, I would like to tell you about what is reference management. We all are PhD research scholar, so we all are aware about reference management can be done through the Word also, through the Microsoft Word also. But we have different free software tools available on the internet that we can use to manage our references, to store our references, to organize our references, and also to give the citation in our dissertation and our thesis. So different citation tools will be used. I'll be throwing only a light on Zotero, which I am specifically using, and I would like to share my opinion on Zotero, how to install the Zotero. Anyways, we are going to have the Zotero, all the different reference management tool softwares lecture on the research publication workshop. But before we learn in that workshop, I would like to tell all the participants you all can install the Zotero, so that whenever the lecture will be there of the speaker, we will definitely try to understand what are they going to explain us. So you can install the Zotero from the internet, you can go to the zotero.org website. You can download the Zotero, and you can sync the Zotero tool with your Chrome, with your Google Chrome, and you can sync the Zotero with your Google Chrome, and you will find till you when you will start downloading the Zotero, you have to give the access to the Google Chrome as well. So you will find a different icon or a different symbol on the Google Chrome web page that the Zotero has been installed, and whatever the PDF or whatever the references you are going to download, that will be directly posted on the Zotero if you have given the synchronization with the Google Chrome. So download the Zotero and keep it, and after downloading you will find the symbol of Zotero on your Google Chrome web page also, as well as in the Word, the Microsoft Word also. You will be able to create the libraries over there of your choice. You will be able to store your references. You will be able to give the citations also in different citation styles also. So there are many benefits which I have observed, and on my opinion, I am sharing this my idea to you all. So that's all for the briefing about the Zotero. Thank you all, and thank you Navgare sir for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Next research scholar is Mruthula Nair, Commerce Accountancy.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please continue.
Good afternoon to one and all present. I would like to thank CK Thakur College to organizing such a wonderful session to us and giving us a platform to present ourselves, to indulge the confidence in us. I am doing research on the subject of accountancy. I have taken the topic good publication ethics. So before starting with publication ethic, I would like to start with the topic with the concept of ethic. Ethic is something which each and every individual needs in their life, not only in life. To build up our personality, ethics plays a very important role. Ethic built a character of a person. Similar manner, for in a business, to build up a good business, to build up a goodwill of the organization, ethic plays a very important role. Similarly, ethics plays a very important role in research work also, because in research, while doing the research, we should doing the work with in a very good disciplinary manner. We have to go for the research every day. We have to do our work. We have to allocate our time for our research work, and whatever findings we are doing, that should be based on our data which we are collected. So some of the important content for a research student is we should be honest in our work, we should have quality, we should have discipline, we should be accountable. Now, the publication ethic refers to the concept of accountability. When we are not having accountability of what we are publishing or what we have published, so that means if we don't have accountability, that means we can't come under the category of bad publication ethic. Basically, when we have accountability, we say it can be a good publication ethic. When we are not having that concept, when we don't have the accountability, we say it is a bad way to publish our research. Whatever the topic we are publishing, it is a wrong manner to publish it. So now why it is necessary, if we'll ask, because if we go for to get a good research work, for a good research work, it is always necessary that we should give our accountability. Similar manner, if we are going for public, if we are giving through this publication ethic, we can give credit to the person who have done the work. Through that, we are giving the credit for his idea. We are appreciating them. They are getting the appreciation of their work. So it is important that we should give credit to others' work. Now, how it can be, or what exactly comes under good publication? If whatever we are publishing, we should see to it that if we are, as we can take the example of citation. If we are taking somebody's topic, or if we are taking some concept from others' research paper, it is important that we should give credit to them. So we have to give citation in our research paper regarding the topic which we have, regarding the concept which we have taken from the other person's topic. So it is important that we have to give the citation. So it will, now when we are giving citation, but obviously it will give effect on our plagiarism concept, because again we are giving citation, it will reduce the plagiarism, percentage of plagiarism. If we are avoiding to give citation, it will increase the plagiarism. So if we want to go under good publication, it is important that we should go for citation. And good publication also deals with less plagiarism. So if we are going for citation, there will be less plagiarism and our work is perfect. The other part is when we go for data collection, it is important that good publication should have proper data. From where we have collected data, how we have collected data, how we have interpreted it. Now, while doing interpreted, it seems that sometimes we go for some kind of manipulation to come to a conclusion. The conclusion which we expect to, for that conclusion, we go for some kind of manipulation. When we go for that, that means such manipulation is not part of good publication ethics. We should not go for such manipulations. Now, again, if we will say, that means now when we are taking the data from the respondent, we even have to inform the respondent for what purpose we are taking the data and why we are taking it, how we are going to use them. Even if we are taking the data without giving proper information to the respondent, even that comes under bad ethics. So if we are going for data collection, and if whenever we are taking the data from any respondent, it is our duty, it is a researcher's duty to inform them why we are taking that data and how we are going to use it. So if we are doing the same, it is part of good publication ethics. Now, even it is duty of the publisher through whatever journals we are publishing or through whatever source we are going for publication, it is responsibility of them that they have to give some guidelines. What we can go and what we should not go for. For example, if we certain amount of certain percentage of plagiarism, if we have less than 10% of plagiarism, it is accepted. So such kind of proper guideline should be given by the publishing agency, so that whatever publication which they does under their heads, it will come under the good publication scheme. So this through this I would like to end my topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrutula madam. So next research scholar is Amol Pinjarkar. Are you there? Amol Pinjarkar sir, chemistry research scholar. This is a final call to all those who have remained to present themselves. Prabhakar Gaikwad sir from chemistry. Tushar Unsare from chemistry. Okay. Dilip Kaluse from physics. Okay. Madhurima Chaudhary madam from accountancy. Rupali Mandlekar madam from business administration. Dhanraj Bahiram from chemistry. Okay, so those are the candidate participants, those who have not participated in group discussion, and they will definitely not get the marks, that is 10 marks for this purpose we have allocated for the internal assessments. Okay, so there is no third chance to attend and give the group discussion and provide this assignment. So one more announcement for today's session. So we have finished this group discussion and 3 days theory session. From day 28, we will have the practical sessions only, and theory part we have already completed, and from tomorrow onwards we will only have the practical sessions. Please note down, go through the schedule and the schedule is completely based on the practicals. So today there is one more session remaining that will be conducted from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Professor K. Sinha, he will going to deliver the lecture. Okay, so you have to attend the session from 7 p.m. only because he is quite busy. He is traveling. He is not in the country right now. So he will come by 5 p.m. and afterwards he will take the session. Okay, so one more announcement is there. Internal assessment we have decided 20 marks. An objective type of question is 20 marks. 40% we have given to the internal assessment. So group discussion 10 marks we have covered already. And for 10 marks, that is a part B, group discussion and PPT presentation. So you have to prepare one PPT, not more than 15 slides and minimum 10 slides. It has to be there. Please remember, not more than 15 and minimum 10 slides. Again, based on the theme only, research and publication ethics and other related themes, or you can choose any theme like you have chosen for this presentation. So accordingly, you have to prepare your PPT. Please write down your name, then your college name, your PhD subject, then our title and date and time, the duration. Accordingly, you have to submit this to the provided email ID. I have give you the email ID. That is ramakant.naugare@gmail.com. I will share the same in chat box and in WhatsApp group also. You have to prepare the PPT and you have to share to that email. So internal assessment we will going to cover, 20 marks assessment we will going to cover, and remaining 20 marks objective exam will be held on Sunday. Okay. Is there any doubt? Okay, no problem. So I will stop here and we will meet by 7 p.m. only today, 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. There is one more session. So now there is a break.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, because of connectivity, I lost that PPT topic. Have you given any topic or?
Whatever topic you want to choose, it is completely depends upon you. You can choose the main theme like you have chosen right now for the presentation purpose. Okay. So accordingly, you have to choose the main theme or otherwise the sub theme. Already we have shared the schedule. There are the main theme, there are the sub themes. You can choose particular theme and prepare the PPT. Not more than the 15 slide and minimum 10 slide.
Okay.
The same I will going to send you in the group also, WhatsApp group and our Zoom chat also. Wait a moment.
And what is the last date?
30th April. 30th April.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Chat box I am going to share with all of you.
Okay.
And in WhatsApp group also I am going to share with you.
Yes, sir.
So it will be quite easy to all of you to prepare the PPT. So internal assessment will be done within this week only. And external we will have in the month of June, first week of June.
So today
Yes.
Today 10 marks is done for GD and
yes.
For PPT it will be?
One more 10 marks will be done on or before 30th April.
Okay.
Okay, so 20 marks is finished. Afterwards on Sunday, we will have the objective type exam. 20 marks exams will be there. 20 questions will be there. Each question carry 1 marks.
Okay.
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 So
yes,
accordingly,
sir.
assessment will be done. Internal assessment will be finished. And then afterwards, after finishing this session, we will going to share with you all the videos recording, all the PPTs and other study material too.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir. In case of PPT presentation, we have to present the PPT in front of all.
Just you have to prepare and you have to email to me.
Okay, sir.
No need to present. Just now you have presented yourself, so no need to present.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, shall we stop now here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, all of you.
Sorry, sir, one more doubt.
Yes,
that means we have to just, the mail ID which you're going to provide it, in that mail ID, we have to send the PPT, right?
Right.
So is there any last date, something like that?
Yes, we have mentioned already. Please go through that.
Sure, sir, sure.
Yeah, on or before 30th April.
Sure, sir, sure. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.